Roadmapper. How to Build Your Roadmap to Online Business Success by Muhammad Yousaf Saeed. It will help you identify what steps you need to take, when to take them, and how to take them. You are just one roadmap away. Dedication. This book is dedicated to all those who think and believe that they have the potential to grow big and help others. They are just stuck and unable to find a clear roadmap that will lead them toward their desired goal. This book will help you find your roadmap to success so that you can serve those people whose dots are connected with you and who are waiting for you. Become the ultimate roadmapper of your life by building your roadmap and serve the people for whom you were sent here. Foreword. If you decided to step into the online business field, you want to become a YouTuber, blogger, or freelancer, want to learn artificial intelligence, blockchain, game development, ethical hacking, digital marketing, video editing, software development, and mobile app development, want to build, grow, and scale your business, you need to define a full course of action. People don't have clarity. That's why most people won't be able to achieve success. Roadmap brings clarity. That is where this book Roadmapper will help you how to build your roadmap to success. Yousaf is my friend and I have known him for many years. His roadmap expertise helped a lot in our Seek Nasiko event in 2019. Why this? Why that? How to connect this with that? And so on. I have witnessed his expertise myself. That is why I also made him the admin of my Facebook group, Learn Freelancing with Hisham Sarwar. He has actively worked with me in the group and helped me a lot in my projection at the start. I have told Yousaf to add his detailed introduction as people should know what he has done and how capable he is. But I know he will not talk about himself much as real people focus more on getting the job done. Let me do it for him not only as a friend, but I also want you to know him and connect with him to build your roadmap to success. Yousaf has a decade of experience in the online field. He has been active since 2011 and empowering people about online business well before when I and other experts were not active. It is worth mentioning that he is one of the pioneers in promoting and empowering people about online businesses in Pakistan. With that vision, he founded Internet Business Trainings, IBT, which has empowered thousands of people along with many success stories. He was also one of the first Flip a Super seller from Pakistan, which opens the doors for many people to know about the flipping world, that you can sell your website and can change your life. He was the one who laid the foundation for the physical events back in 2014 when freelancers and solo entrepreneurs were not accustomed to events and meetups.
Consider him as Tony Robbins of business in Pakistan, and it is not an overstatement.
As he is a deep thinker. He came to me a year ago with roadmaps charts about different online businesses, where he shared how roadmap can help with the following. How to take the specific field. Stumbling blocks one faces in their journey. How to avoid them seamlessly without getting into trouble. I shared my pain point with Yousaf that most people stay at the individual skill level, not able to scale it up. They don't know how to set goals. They don't know about the frameworks. They will work at the individual level, and when they don't find the desired results, they change their field. They will divert and detract, and that doesn't work to get success. I am overwhelmingly pleased by what Yousaf has written and the thought process he has compiled in the form of a call to action. This book has different tools at each step of the roadmap that will help you take action toward achieving your goals. If you are looking for the following answers. Why do you give up? Why are you not able to reach your goal? Why are you not able to identify the field? Why are you not able to find your niche? Why do you run away from competition? How will you identify which work you need to do? How long do you have to do that work? When do you have to leave that work? How to build, scale, and grow the business. This is where this book Roadmapper will guide you. I highly recommend reading this book and taking action, so that you can build your roadmap to success. Hisham Sarwar, founder of Being Guru, co-founder of WorkChest.com, CEO of Infomist Services. Preface. Thinking of starting your online business? Confused about which field to venture in with so many of them at your disposal? Lack of a sense of direction? I hear you. Understanding all your pain points, I have created this book roadmapper that will resolve all your ambiguities and provide you with a clear understanding as well as actionable tips on how to create your very own roadmap that leads straight to success. The idea to create this book was built on the 11 online business roadmaps I created back in Ramadan 2017. When I thought of creating something empowering and meaningful for people, I realized I had spent over 10 years at that time in the online business field and did multiple online businesses and had enough knowledge that could positively impact the lives of those around me. I have always believed the right knowledge must be shared. Following that belief, I did a 12 weeks training wherein I created roadmaps about the different online business fields including 1. Blogging roadmap. 2. Freelancing roadmap. 3. Affiliate marketing roadmap. 4. Social media marketing roadmap. 5. Web properties roadmap. 6. Service agency roadmap. 7. Apps business roadmap. 8. Product launch roadmap. 9. E-commerce roadmap. 10. SaaS business roadmap. 11. Startup roadmap. In total, I have developed 11 powerful and actionable roadmaps for 11 different online business fields. You can get access at https://internetbusinesstrainings.com/forum for free. Considering how many of us feel comfortable reading or listening to things in Urdu since it is the national language of Pakistanis, I have kept these in Urdu. But an English version of the roadmaps will be available soon too. We have all heard many success stories revolving around online businesses. People do share their achievements, earnings, and how success transformed their lives. Sadly, there isn't much sound knowledge available on how to achieve a certain goal. The obstacles involved in a journey, the do's and don'ts a certain endeavor encompasses, and what you must do to actualize your goals. I realized it was substantial to work on resolving these very issues, hence I started working on creating a book that would fix these problems. When I started my online business journey roughly about 15 years ago, I did not have any sound guidance. There was absolutely nobody to educate me, or I was not able to find one, on what path to take, what roadblocks to avoid, what measures to take when facing the different setbacks I faced, and how to move towards my desired destination in a streamlined manner. Since I faced all those struggles, I can feel the pain of all those going through the same. This is precisely why I decided to end the misery for you and provide you with a clear understanding of how to kickstart your journey in online business. When you embark on your journey to start and build a career after reading this book, you will be well prepared to handle them. You will be equipped with the knowledge and guidance on what routes to take, how to avoid taking U-turns, what bumps to avoid, and how to stay firm to your goal even when you hit a rocky patch. All my knowledge comes from the experience I have gained over the years. Having worked on myriads of online ventures in the last 15 years, I have had my share of successes and tasted many failures. I sincerely don't want you to go through much trouble to materialize your goals as I did. I want things to be different and much better for you. This is where Roadmapper will lend you a helping hand. Nowadays people keep jumping from one field to another without getting any fruitful results because of certain reasons. Firstly, many of them pursue whatever catches their fancy, and whatever is hyped by the media. So, if 10 people achieve success through affiliate marketing, the 11th person thinks to start his/her online career in it too without knowing the problems involved, whether or not this is the right field for him/her, and without having a clear sense of direction. Secondly, people don't focus on exploring their inner calling and what they are meant to do. As a result, they end up choosing the wrong field, which in turn leads to undesirable results. This time around, I want to change both these dilemmas. I want you to begin your journey with determination, awareness, and a vivid sense of direction. When I was working on the different roadmaps, I realized all of them had a certain pattern. After digging deeper into that pattern, I identified 12 frameworks of a roadmap, key elements without which you cannot succeed and reach your desired destination. I compiled those to make the foundations right so everyone who wants to succeed in online business can create systems, have direction, make a plan, and better achieve everything their heart desires. I am hopeful this book will help you save time, better manage your obstacles, and achieve everything you want. Introduction. This book roadmapper is divided into 4 major sections. In the very first section, I talk in detail about how you can build a solid foundation to start your online career. A major issue many beginners face is with having a concrete foundation to build their career on. When the foundation isn't right and solid, it is going to be quite hard to construct your entire career on it. If you don't have a good base to begin with, you won't have any foundation to construct your career on. You can only move forward in life in a streamlined manner and accomplish all that your heart truly desires once you have some sort of strong foundation. The first section is dedicated to building your baseline along with actionable tools on how to make it happen for real. Moving on, the second part of the book is dedicated to the roadmap creation framework. This is where we discuss the 12 core frameworks I mentioned earlier that can help you formulate your own personal roadmap to success. The section guides how you can use those 12 frameworks to create a roadmap that fits your needs and wants. In the third section, we will discuss the roadmap speed boosters. These boosters will help you reach your roadmap destination fast. We will discuss each booster and its effectiveness in your roadmap so that you can pick the right speed booster. In the fourth section of the book, we shine light on the 6 stages of roadmap implementation with regards to online business. Stage 1 help stage if you are currently living from one paycheck to another, want a clear guideline on how to start your online business, and wish to make it successful. This part is just perfect for you. Stage 2 build stage once you have started your online business and can manage your household expenses. You naturally want to know the secret sauce to build up your business. You want to know how to build up your team, systems, and process for building a business. This is where this part of the book comes in handy. Stage 3 growth stage. This stage is dedicated to all those who have income pouring in their lives and now want to use it to achieve exponential growth. If you are earning over 6 figures, wants to take his business to new heights of success, but struggles with figuring out how to grow your business, how to further scale your already flourishing business, what opportunities to pursue, and whether or not you should diversify into another business field, and the likes. This section of the book serves your needs. Stage 4 scale stage. This is the 4th stage of the process, and it takes people around 4 to 6 years to reach it. People at this stage have an income which is around 50 to 60% more than their expenses. If you are earning well, and now want to automate your business processes and juice the maximum profit out of your current resources and assets, this is the part for you. Stage 5 exit stage. At this stage, people are quite affluent and have made sufficient wealth. They either want to exit from the business by selling it or handing over the role of CEO. They spend about 5 to 10% of their time on the business. At this stage, they want to completely exit the execution phase and focus only on growing the business and their assets without any active working. If this relates to you, move to this part of the book. Stage 6 owner stage. That's when someone who has accomplished a lot and made enough wealth exits the stage of actively working and moves towards better wealth management by investing in different opportunities. If you have created enough stability and are earning way more than your expenses and wish to become a true owner with no worries, this is the stage for you to focus on. Keeping in mind the different personas and needs of my target audience, I have created this blueprint as such that you can start it from any section you please. Depending on the stage of growth you are in, area of interest, and the struggles you experience, you can open the relevant section and peruse through it. If you would like to begin from scratch, go ahead with that option because reading from the beginning will help you get a great sense of clarity on how to shape your life and business in the best possible manner. I sincerely hope you utilize the full potential of this book and leverage it to discover yourself as well as build a profitable business for yourself. It is okay if you feel a little confused and stressed now. We have all been through that phase. I want you to know that you are not alone. You are stronger and braver than you give yourself credit for, and I am constantly by your side. Let me be your coach and guide. Allow me to help you and save you from all the tensions that keep haunting you. Have faith in your Creator, or the universe's power, whatever you believe in, and trust yourself for making the right choice with getting this book. Together, we can do amazing things and help you achieve all your goals and dreams. Good luck on this journey. Let's begin it together on a positive note. Section 1. Foundation. You can't build a building on a weak foundation. You must have a solid foundation if you're going to have a strong superstructure. Gordon B. Hinckley. The journey to success, be it personal, spiritual, financial, or any kind of success, always begins with building a solid foundation. Whatever foundations you lay today play a monumental role in shaping you and your life in the long run. If you aren't happy with the current state of your life, it is likely you weren't able to lay down concrete foundations before. Hey, there's nothing to worry about because with me as your guide in the shape of this book, your life will soon get back on track. I will help you build the right foundation you need to structure your entire life and business. This section of the book is entirely dedicated to building a solid foundation. Concrete foundations comprise 3 core ingredients. 1. Self-awareness. 2. Knowing where you are right now. 3. Understanding where you wish to head in life. Without an understanding and awareness of these 3 aspects, it is nearly impossible to structure your life in the right direction. Let us explore each of these factors one by one in the following chapters of this section. P.S. I suggest you keep a journal and pen while reading this guide. Take down notes, pour out your thoughts on paper, and explore different concepts as you go through them. This strategy helps you keep track of your thoughts, feelings, and explorations. I want you to adopt a practical approach while perusing through this book, so you have a roadmap right in front of you by the time you wrap it up. Your ultimate goal is to have a clear direction and a roadmap in front of you to take your life forward. Without further ado, let us move to the first chapter of this section. Chapter 1. Know yourself. To grow yourself, you must know yourself. John C. Maxwell. It is your life, right? You are the main actor and director of it. Now that we have established that, you can better understand how important it is to know yourself to direct your life story the right way. Unless and until you truly know who you are and what you want, you will always struggle in giving the desired shape to your life. When you don't know what you genuinely desire, naturally, you cannot manifest it as well. Perhaps you think that you already know yourself. Well, sure you do. Having said that, you may not have realized that we are constantly changing. Our thoughts, aspirations, desires, strengths, weaknesses, and personality, everything changes with time. It is quite likely that what you desired 5 years ago is not what you want now. A strength that you had earlier may have shapeshifted into something else. Maybe you think you want something, but it is only a superficial desire. It so often happens that we don't materialize our true wants and needs because we lack clarity on them. Moreover, we aren't always fully aware of our strengths and weaknesses, which is why we can't leverage the former and minimize the latter effectively. Once again, this keeps us from getting where we truly deserve to be. Yes, therefore your roadmap to success always begins with knowing yourself inside out. Personality traits. To know yourself first, we need to analyze your personality traits. There are different personality tests that you can do. But before doing any test, you need to know the following. Your personality will not remain the same forever. It will change according to your circumstances and experiences. A personality test is a double-edged sword. Either it will help you build your personality or it will limit you in a box. So the purpose of the personality test is to explore your potential, talents, strengths, and shortcomings, and know yourself better. Knowing about the successful or famous people with the same personality traits as yours. Knowing what changes to make in your personality to achieve the success you desire. Personality tests. These are some of the most used personality tests. 1. Myers-Briggs Personality Tests, www.16personalities.com. Myers-Briggs tests describe 16 personalities types consisting of the following: I, E, N, S, F, T, P, J, whereas I, introverted, quiet, and reserved, versus E, extroverted, loud, and outgoing. N, intuitive, random, and no rules, versus S, structure, predictability, and rules. F, feeling and emotional. Versus T, thinking, logical and rational. P, perceiving and indecisive, versus J, judging and decisive. 2. DISC Personality Test. www.discpersonalitytesting.com. The DISC model describes 4 main styles: D, I, S, and C. D is for dominance. I is for influence. S is for steadiness. C is for conscientiousness. 3. Hexaco Personality. www.hexaco.org. Hexaco Personality Test is mostly used by the businesses when they hire an employee. Hexaco Personality Test assesses the 6 major dimensions of personality: honesty, humility, emotionality, extroversion, agreeableness versus anger, conscientiousness, openness to experience. Note: if you are new to all these personality tests, please only take one personality test. I would recommend starting with Myers-Briggs Personality Test. If you start doing all the tests, it will confuse you and you will start procrastinating a lot and not be unable to take action. Once you have taken any of these personality tests, work on the following exercise. Here's a little exercise I want you to work on today. Go on a self-exploration journey. Keeping the findings of the personality test in view, think of what you want, and write down whatever answers pop in your head. Dig deeper into the goal to see if you feel truly connected to it. Ask yourself questions such as: do I really want it? Will it bring me joy? Does this feel like my true calling? Do I feel connected to it? As you ask yourself these questions, certain answers will pop in your head. Be honest and jot them down as you receive them. Your subconscious is designed in a way that it answers according to the questions you toss at it, so expect to get some genuine answers this time. Once you get some clarity on your goal, try to connect it with your personality. Think of whether your personality is fit to manifest the desired goal. Once again, you need to ask yourself some tough questions. Do I have the strengths required to achieve this goal? Which of my shortcomings keep me from materializing my objective? What do I need to work on? Do I have the right mindset to accomplish my desired idea of success? Are my habits healthy enough to take me towards my destination? Write down the answers your subconscious provides you with. Spend some time every week reflecting on the answers so you can connect the dots between your personality and your desired goal. Once you are better aware of the areas you need to work on, start taking meaningful action. For instance, you may realize that your goal requires you to be more proactive, whereas currently, you have a bad habit of staying idle. With that insight, you know exactly where to hit the hammer on. Perhaps, you desire to be a successful digital marketer and have a knack for it. You now need to use your strength and further hone on your potential to materialize your respective objective. It is important to know that you may not be able to find all the answers right away. It will take some time, maybe days, months, or years. It took me years to find out the answers and align them with my personality and the goals I wanted to achieve. Consider it as your first draft and write down the answers you get. No need to make it perfect or edit it at this stage. As you move on in this book, you will start finding new answers. At that time, you will come back to this and update it. Once you have this basic sense of awareness about yourself, I want you to move a step further. Your next task is to analyze where you are right now. The next chapter explores this dimension in detail. Chapter 2. Know where you currently stand. If you don't know where you currently stand, you're dead. Samuel Beckett. You can only move forward in the right direction in a seamless manner when you know where you stand right now on your roadmap journey. If you lack this awareness, it will always be difficult to get where you wish to be because unfortunately you don't have clarity on your starting point. Every journey begins from a certain point, the starting zone. You must be aware of your starting zone so you can map out your entire journey accordingly. Knowing where you currently stand refers to understanding the current state of your life, your income, the different sources of income, your emotional and mental health, your physical state, and your aspirations that you have a strong urge to achieve. Since you have already begun your self-exploration journey, knowing where you stand right now won't be that tough now, because now you have a habit of taking a deep dive into yourself. Get complete clarity on your income and expenses. To figure out where you are, you must know your income level as well as the total expenses you have. Oftentimes, we hear people say how they wish to make more money. More money may even be pouring in their lives, but at the end of the day, they are always dissatisfied with it. Do you know why this happens? That's purely because they don't have clarity on the specific amount of money they want. Remember an important rule of the universe. It gives you what you deserve and what you ask for. If you demand more money, you may be getting $100, $1,000, $10,000, or even $1 million more than what you are making now, but it does not feel enough because you are unaware of how much you really want. If you wish to be where you want, you need to know what it is, and have a vivid understanding of where you are at the moment. This is where a clarity of your income and expenses is essential. If you don't know how much money you earn and spend, you will have some trouble figuring out the income level you wish to reach. Let's make it interesting and engage you in an exercise. Income and expenses analysis. Take out your journal and a pen. On a fresh leaf, make 2 columns. I have added a similar page in this book too. Feel free to use it for this exercise. Label one as income and the other as expenses. Start with the income column and think of all the different income streams you have. Write down any income you have earned in the past month along with the source and amount in the column. I know it is difficult to recall your income expenses spread over a long time, so let's just stick to the last month only. Take your time with reflecting on your income. Once you are done, move to the expenses column. Write down all the expenses you have done along with the amount you have spent for every expense. Moving on, figure out if your income is more or less as compared to your expense so you can figure out the stage you are on. Analysis. Income is less than expenses. If your income is less than your expenses, you are at the help stage, level 1. Income equals expense. If your income is equal to your expenses or is slightly more, about 10 to 20%, than expenses, then you are at the build stage, level 2. Income is greater than expenses. If your income is more, say 30% to 40% more than your expenses, you are at the grow stage, level 3. Make sure to write down all your findings in your journal. Awareness of your habits, personality, and mindset. In the same manner that you analyzed your current financial state, you need to take a dive right into yourself. It is crucial to know your current habits, mindset, and personality demeanor, so you can assess whether or not it is supporting you in your journey towards success. Here's another practice. I want you to analyze your last 1 week habits and activities. Closely take stock of your habits. This should include the following: your habits pertaining to when you wake up, any morning routine you have, the first thing you do in the morning, what activities you engage in throughout the day and how you engage in them, any fitness or exercise routine you have, your eating habits, when you go to bed, any sleep time rituals you have, such as reading before going to bed or taking a shower prior to your bedtime, any hobbies you have, any other habits you have, such as smoking or any addictions. Note down all these habits and be as unbiased as possible. Even if you have certain bad habits, that's alright, because if you assess them honestly, you'll be in a better position to improve on them. Next, analyze your mindset. Do you have a negative or a positive mindset? A positive mindset encourages you to perceive everything optimistically. Even if you experience a setback, you can get back up and take another go at your goal. On the other hand, a negative mindset keeps you from believing in yourself and mustering the courage to do things you want. To assess your mindset, think of how you behave in different situations and your attitude towards various activities and endeavors. Do you easily lose hope when you encounter a wrong turn, or do you find it easy to think straight and find another path? You can nurture both negative and positive mindset too. Perhaps you find it easy to be positive sometimes, but on some days, the negative mindset takes charge of you. Do write down all these different instances so you are in a better position to gauge how you gravitate towards a certain mindset more. After you have a better understanding of your mindset, move towards your personality. Observe your attitude towards different aspects of life. Analyze whether you are a go-getter or have a laid-back attitude towards your goals. Do you have an active lifestyle or an unorganized one? If you were to describe your personality in 5 words, what adjectives or words would you choose? It takes a little time to watch yourself closely, which is why I want you to engage in this exercise for at least 1 full week. The more you observe yourself, the better you understand how you are and behave. In the same manner, spend some time reflecting on your spiritual sense of awareness. What does spirituality mean to you, and how spiritual are you? You may not realize this right now, but your spirituality, along with your habits, mindset, and attitude, contribute massively towards the fulfillment of your goals in life. Once you work on all these exercises, you will realize how much there was that you never knew about yourself. Now that you know where you currently stand, it is time to figure out where you wish to head in life. Chapter 3: Where to Head in Life. Your life is your ship and you are the captain. Choose your course, take the wheel firmly, and get on your way. Michael Josephson. If you realize the power you possess over your life, you can manifest absolutely anything you desire. This is exactly the realization you need to have and accept so you can steer your ship in the desired direction. Having said that, this is not an easy task for many of us. We have all been down that rabbit hole wherein we don't realize what we want and start pursuing superficial desires. Sometimes, it is the people around us who influence us, and we take a direction they push us into. Sometimes, however, we think we want something just because it seems tempting. Let us explore these two notions first before moving forward, so you understand why we keep meandering on the wrong paths. How people influence us to take the wrong path. Think of a time when you saw a friend making thousands of dollars through freelancing, e-commerce, blogging, real estate, and so on, and you felt it was the right career path for you as well. Or perhaps, you heard your cousin share stories about how his investment in stocks is treating him well, and you decided to take the plunge in stocks too. Or maybe your spouse persuaded you to pursue a certain business line because she found it lucrative. Or some influencers convince you that his training or his business is the right or the only business that you should do to achieve your dream goals. Or your family decides the career for you, because either they are in the same career, or they wished you to have another career which they could not pursue. If you have been through these or similar situations, you know how such influences work their charm in pulling us towards their desired direction. The focus in the previous sentence is on there. While you do pursue a path, it is not yours. You do take a direction, but it isn't chosen by you. You keep gravitating towards things, activities, ideas, endeavors, initiatives, and career pathways that others choose for you, or make you choose them but as per their desires. Don't get me wrong. I am clearly not saying you shouldn't listen to loved ones, or shouldn't be open to suggestions by them. It is lovely to care for others, please your loved ones, and sometimes even do as they say. However, when it comes to deciding on the direction for your life, that choice should solely be yours, because at the end of the day, it is your life. You certainly don't want to reach a point in your life when you are swamped with guilt for not doing what you wanted. Similarly, it is absolutely fine to take feedback and suggestions from others too. Who knows when someone may suggest something that actually aligns with your genuine desires, and you find yourself trotting in the right direction. That happens only when you realize what you want. Unless you know what you want, you won't find it easy to make the right and wise choice. The influence people have over you can be immense, and this very influence sometimes makes us opt for things that we don't really desire. To build a truly thriving and meaningful life for yourself, you need to decide the direction for yourself. The shiny object syndrome. The shiny object syndrome, SOS, is quite a big dilemma that the better of us have been through. It so happens that we are on a certain path, but bam! Something catchy comes out of the blue and grasps our attention. Before we even realize it, we start floating in that very catchy direction. Some days later, we hear of something else that seems enticing to us, and bam! Once again, we switch our direction. SOS can be quite a menace. In most of the cases, it compels us to make the wrong choice, quit our pursuits, and choose something that isn't meant for us. Yes, sometimes it is a natural impulse to be swayed away by something that catches your fancy, but if you keep following that trail, it is likely you will never stick to a path. Remember that we can only yield real-time results when we commit to a goal. Constant hard work and perseverance leads us to our destination. Always chasing anything that feels shiny may seem like a fun run at first, but this practice never leads to anything substantial. In order to find the right direction for yourself, you need to steer clear of both SOS and being influenced by people. As you work on that, you need to define what success really means to you. What does success mean to you? Life is like a compass. When you set your goals correctly, it will take you to the right direction. Anonymous. You need to set your goals in order to find the right direction, and that brings us to another important aspect. Goals pertaining to what? Of course, the area you want to succeed in. But what is that you want to succeed in? This is precisely what you need to focus on. Your idea of success. This book is titled Roadmapper. This means it will help you take towards the kind of success you envision for sure. But here's the catch. You are the one who can define what success means to you. Usually, when the word success comes up, we think of financial success. How much money one makes is usually the metric for judging someone's success. Contrary to this popular belief, success is a relative term and its meaning varies from person to person. For someone, success is about earning $500, $5,000, or $50,000. For someone else it can be supporting family. For someone else it may be traveling. For another person, it can be about serving humanity. And for another soul, it may be about getting freedom from living paycheck to paycheck. Since I am a Muslim and have a strong faith in my religion, I'll touch upon the element of religion too. If it appeals to you and you believe in it, do read through it. If it doesn't align with your values, feel free to skip it and move to the parts that align with what you believe in. Talking about religion, we have been given the concept of heaven and hell so you can visualize what you'll get if you are a sinner, and all that you will be rewarded with if you do good deeds. These concepts work as goals and you understand why you should do certain things in life, and refrain from others. You know now why you should do good deeds, because it leads to heaven in the end. Heaven and hell serve as goals. You know exactly what you'll get in the end when you get tested for your life on this planet. Goals that we set in our life work the same way, but to set meaningful goals for yourself, you need to have clarity on what success means to you. Here's another exercise for you. Think of what you want the most in life. Write down whatever answers you get. Also, ponder on your core values. What are your beliefs? And which principles you always follow to live your life a certain way? Reflect on the activities that bring you the most joy. Moreover, think about how you define success. It is perfectly fine to take some time with figuring out your true meaning of success. There's absolutely no rush. You need to have complete clarity on this aspect before moving forward, because the clearer you are on your idea of success, the easier it will be for you to build the right roadmap to achieve your goals. Everything is possible. Remember, I mentioned how I'll touch upon some concepts from Islam in this book. Well, it's time for another one. Every time we embark on a journey and try our hand at achieving a goal, we fear whether or not we'll be able to achieve it. What we forget is that Allah has created everything in this universe for us. From the sun to the moon to the trees to the mountains to everything in between is solely created for humans. If you understand this concept that everything has been done for you, you become grateful. All the challenges are for you too. You have the resources and the ability to build skills and overcome hurdles. The will to get everything you want. We need to stop comparing ourselves with others, focus on ourselves and look at those on a level below ours. So we feel grateful and blessed. While this book is about business, it also touches upon personal development, because you need to first develop your mindset and personality to achieve your goals and build business. You cannot achieve your objective unless you shape yourself. Moreover, we should also understand that we as humans are meant to be challenged. We are put through different ordeals in life as a means to test us. And certainly, we shall test you with something of fear, hunger, loss of wealth, lies and fruits, but give glad tidings to as-sabirin, the patient ones, etc. Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, 155. It means that every challenge comes from Allah and He has given you the strength to handle it. A verse from Holy Quran reads, Allah does not burden a soul beyond that it can bear, Quran 2:2. 286. Allah only tests you as per your strength and the ability to handle burdens. If you can face a certain hardship, then only you will be put through it. Allah knows what you can handle and challenges you accordingly. Hence, every time you go through a test, know that if you show the strength and determination to surpass it, you will get through it for sure. You have the ability to withstand it, and if you persevere, you will reach the other side of the tunnel. Make sure you have a well-planned roadmap to guide you. The next chapter throws more light on it. Chapter 4. Roadmap 101. A roadmap is simply a plan for moving or transitioning from one state to another. A roadmap provides direction to the future, pearls you. This quote just reminded me of a story, and I feel like sharing it with you. Ali and Zain, two good friends, decided to go on a hiking and camping adventure. Being adventure enthusiasts, it wasn't the first time for them to have such an experience. However, the trail and site they chose this time was completely new for them. Well, that's what an adventurous endeavor is about, right? Fresh experiences. During the hike, Zain slipped and sprained his ankle a little. While he was alive and fine, he lost his bag during that slip. It fell from his shoulder and down the hill. The worst part was that the bag had their compasses and maps too. They didn't know where to go next, what route to take, and how to find their way back because they lost the guiding tools. Despondently, the two sat on a rock for a long time and thought of how to fix the situation. Well, don't worry, this happened 3 years ago, and the two did finally get back home safe and sound. How that happened is a story for another chapter. What's important right now is that the two did not have any sense of direction, or something that could point them in the right direction. They had lost their map and compass, the two most important ingredients to help them out. Without some guidance tools, you are practically lost in this world. This is precisely why you need a roadmap. Roadmap: what it is, and why you need it. From the quote and story above, one thing is evident: a roadmap lays out the route you need to take to reach your desired destination. However, a properly structured and elaborate roadmap goes way beyond just laying out the route. It details out how the path looks like, how your journey will shape into over a certain period of time, the kind of speed bumps you may encounter on the road, the detours you could take in case you find a blocked street, where you must take a U-turn and move to an alley you missed, or where you need to avoid taking it, how you can surpass any ditches and trenches you meet on your journey, and how to keep your motivation alive when the going gets tough so you can reach where you are destined to be. Not just that, but a roadmap also helps you understand the best possible route you can opt to meet your goals. There are many pathways available to reach a certain destination, but every possible route has its own capacity and limit. Perhaps, a certain route can only take you from A to D and not all the way till Z. Let me paint a picture to help you better understand it. Imagine you are in a maze and have 3 options: A, B and C to find your way out of it. The routes indicate that A is 10%, B is tagged 50%, and C is labeled 30%. Since you don't really know which route will get you out of the maze, you are likely to pick an option based on your preconceived notions, or the meaning you attach to the percentages with each route. Perhaps you pick A because it appears to be the beginning, and you think it may lead you to Z, the end of the maze. Maybe you think B is the best possible option because it has the highest percentage of the lot. It is also possible you choose C because you just go with your gut feeling. It is only when you take these paths that you find out the hidden truth about them. The capacity of path A is till 60%. If you take it, you are likely to reach a little more than half of the journey, but you still won't reach the end. B's capacity is till 70%. It can take you close to the finish line, but still won't make you touch it for real. The dark horse of the lot is C. Its capacity is 100%. If you walk that path, you will find your way out and emerge as the winner. Every path has its own growth potential, and you can only find that out when you walk those roads. But hey, you don't have that much time to just experiment, do you? Of course, one learns a lot from experimentation, trying things out, and making mistakes, but there should be an easier way to figure out what to do, and what to avoid. This is exactly where a roadmap comes in handy. A roadmap guides you in detail about every possible path that may, can, and actually does reach to a destination. With a roadmap, a detailed analysis is possible and you can avoid diversions and obstacles. Roadmap brings certainty in your life. It so happens that when we decide to pursue a certain goal, we walk on it for a while, but then end up quitting it halfway through. Perhaps there are too many roadblocks along the way and you feel demotivated, so you switch to another path. You stroll on the new alley for some time, but it has many diversions and you become confused. Probably, you think of making another switch to the first route, and even make it. Once you are back on path A, you wander on it and feel chaotic on not getting desired results. This goes on for a while and you end up losing every ounce of your will and motivation. You keep meandering on different paths, keep swapping one for another, and keep dampening your spirits because you don't have a roadmap. With a roadmap, things change for the better. All these obstacles resolve. You know what you want and how to get to it. Every path you take leads to somewhere, but to get the desired results, you must take the right path. When walking on that road, you need to be patient enough because it takes time for the fruit to ripe. That said, patience comes with clarity. If you don't know where you are going and what awaits you, you are likely to feel confused. However, when you have clarity, you know what goals await you, and that strengthens your patience. That's how you are able to smoothly walk towards your desired goal. Sometimes we get influenced by others too when they keep glamorizing a certain goal or business field. But it is only when we take that path, we realize it is not right for us. This too happens because we don't have clarity. When you have clarity, you have the strength to easily block out that influence because you know what you want and what's right for you. Even if something catches your fancy, you are able to manage the temptation. If it appeals to you, you acknowledge it, but you can then better judge if it is the right path for you to pursue or not. Perhaps it is a goal that is suitable for you when you reach the 4th level, but since you are on the 1st level, you know that the shiny object you see right now is the right fit for you when you reach level 4, so you patiently work towards it and stick to your current path. Let me give you an analogy here to better explain it to you. When a child starts kindergarten, he is just given some basic concept of alphabets. He learns to recognize and pronounce the alphabets. He is not taught nor expected to write full sentences because he is not at that stage yet. After spending a few years in kindergarten, he finally reaches the point where he can write small sentences. The same is the case with pursuing different goals. You cannot have everything all at once. Depending on the stage you are on, your genuine aspirations and passions, different goals are more meaningful for you. Of course, you can set your eyes on anything you want, but remember that to achieve it, you may need to go through a certain journey before that prepares you for it. Roadmap provides you with the right information at the right time. A roadmap is more like your guide. Just like a seasoned mentor would advise you of the steps to take at certain times, a roadmap does the same. It helps you understand the different things you need to do at different times in order to reach your destination. Naturally, when you take calculated, powerful steps at the right time, you yield the desired results. Chapter 5. Understanding yourself and your circumstances. Unless you know yourself completely, you cannot move on to achieve the kind of success you desire, and the kind you are destined for. For better understanding of this topic, we have to understand Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. You may be thinking of what Maslow's hierarchy of human needs is and how it is helpful in your life and career. Let's find that out. Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. Maslow's hierarchy of human needs describes the 5 stages of needs human beings have. Physiological needs. The first stage is physiological needs, which includes clothes, home, food, and all the basic needs you have for your survival. Most of the people are facing these challenges and working to get the solutions. Safety needs. After fulfilling your physiological needs, you move to the second level of good health, employment, and personal security needs. If this level is completed, then you move to the next level. Love and belonging. This is when you have a need for relationships, of love and belonging to someone, and of building friendships and family connection. After the completion of these needs, you move to the 4th level. Esteem. You want people to respect you, have status in society, and enjoy power and freedom. This is a very important need that arises mostly when you have love and happy relationships in life. When these needs are fulfilled, you move on the 5th level. Self-actualization. Once you achieve all the other needs on the previous 4 levels, you start thinking of what more there is to life. That's when most of us think of the purpose of life and feel a need for self-actualization. Take the example of Bill Gates, for instance. He is still noted amongst the richest people in the world, and while he must have enjoyed his wealth at a certain time, now he ended up donating most of it to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He made the move because he felt meaningless with all the money, and wanted to enjoy a sense of fulfillment. No, I am not insinuating you donate all your money or riches in order to enjoy a sense of accomplishment. Everyone has a different means to attain that, after all. Different strokes for different folks. But whatever way you choose to attain a sense of self-actualization, the need does arise. All of these 5 stages are important in your life, and you have to move from one to another in order to reach the 5th stage. You have to meet the first stage, physiological needs, and then safety needs, love and belongings, esteem, and self-actualization. The dilemma. The people who have reached at 5th level and have all the basic needs like clothes, home, bread, and butter. They have good income, savings, assets, and plenty of time. They are working on different passion projects, doing things that spark joy for them, and engaging in activities that fuel their sense of accomplishment. Now those who are the 1st level often envy those at the 5th level. They want to live a life characterized by freedom, wealth, and abundance of resources so they too can help out people and achieve their purpose in life. That said, their limited resources do not allow them to do so. Since they struggle to have this realization, they continue feeling hurt and upset from within, and keep dreaming of things that are beyond their reach. If only we understand these 5 levels, and then have a complete sense of awareness of the level we are on, the level we wish to reach, and the aspects we need to work on in order to move to that particular stage. Moving forward, the 5 categories are going to be further divided into 3 core human needs. 3 core human needs. To simplify things for you, let us divide the 5 stages you've read above into 3 core human needs. Basic needs. These are the basic needs that include physiological needs and safety needs. From the time you gain realization of what you want in life, and when you start to work for your own survival, these are the needs you strive for first. Many of us in the world always keep working to attain these basic needs. Psychological needs. When you fulfill these needs, you start to experience the need to be respected, get love, and feel a sense of belonging with people you love, and want to be loved by. Self-fulfillment needs. The 3rd stage is that of self-fulfillment needs. This is when you have met the other needs, and want to explore different creative ventures in life. If you want to explore your creative faculties, and experiment with new ideas, but aren't successful in doing so, it is primarily because you are not fulfilling the first 4 stages. Whenever you try to do something, many things drag you back and you see yourself at the same place, unable to do anything because you have yet to fulfill the requirements of the preliminary stages. So the question I want you to ask yourself right now is, what stage am I on? Go on, give this some thought, and pour your answer out in detail in your journal. Go through the stages we have described above so you get more clarity on where you are at this moment. 5 stages of earning and growth. Different experts describe growth in different ways. Just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there is another approach to describe your stage of earning and growth. Employee. This is when you work for other people. You have certain obligations to fulfill, a job description to adhere to, and duties to perform, and you get a certain amount of remuneration in exchange for that. Self-employed. This is when you work for yourself. You are the boss of your work. You decide when to work and whom to work for, but you are the only one working in this arrangement. The many freelancers you come across in the community who don't have a team and are working solely fall in this category. Business or entrepreneur. Quite often, one gets tired of being the only one working and not going anywhere forward. Of course, you can make a decent amount of money being self-employed, but true growth only happens when you delegate authority and tasks to others while you focus on expansion and taking your work to the next level. That's when you decide to venture into a business or entrepreneurship. You hire employees for yourself, turn your work into a business, and start delegating tasks to others so you focus on managing things and expanding your work. Investor. Once you start to progress as an entrepreneur or a businessman, financial wealth comes pouring in. There comes a point when you wish to invest your savings and fund in something profitable. That's when you land at the investor stage. This is a stage where you are investing in different businesses apart from earning through your business. You also start earning through your investment. Philanthropist. The next level is philanthropist, wherein you work for things that bring you pure joy, and also work towards helping humanity. Keeping this discussion in mind, you can further understand the level you are on. Let me give you an example to better help you understand how you can figure out the level you stand on, and the level you wish to move to. At first level, let's assume you need 10,000 PKR for yourself, and about 20,000 PKR to fulfill your household and family requirements. If you are earning a total of 30,000 PKR, it means you can fulfill both these needs, and are at the first level. At level 2. Now, your needs have increased, and you require 20,000 PKR for your personal needs like safety, and around 40,000 PKR for your family needs. At this point, what is your goal to meet these needs? If you are not fulfilling these needs, you are likely to face many hardships, difficulties, and have to sacrifice many of your desires that your income doesn't allow you to indulge in. It is only when you meet these needs that you can step on to the next level. At level 3, your expenses and needs have now grown bigger, and you require 40,000 PKR for your personal needs and 80,000 PKR for your family needs. You need around PKR 120k. How are you fulfilling these needs? The expenses always continue to rise, but what is your plan to meet them? Similarly, your needs keep on increasing and so do your expenses. If you cannot fulfill them, you can never rise to the next level and move on in life. You need to understand what needs you have, and how you can meet them. There are some tough questions to ask yourself and answer at this point. What is your source of income? Where are your expenditures going? Only when you analyze all these areas, will you know about your level of standing and what you require to move forward. So let us dissect these questions one by one to simplify the process for you. Remember, I told you I'll be guiding you every step of the way. Now your first question is the following. Q. Which level am I on? Are you standing at safety needs, physiological needs, esteem needs, or at fulfillment level? Give it some thought. There is no rush, because haste makes waste. When you identify your level of standing, then proceed. Once you have an answer, move to the next question. Q. What are your wants? We have talked about the needs, and now we will discuss wants. Without your needs you cannot survive and grow, but wants have a different effect on your life. These are the different things you want to improve your quality of life, but not really the necessities of life. List down all your wants. You must list down your wants. I am adding a chart here that you must update this chart by layering about each level. These wants may also be the goals you want to achieve. For instance, a car is what you require to fulfill your need to commute. You can fulfill this need easily with a small car like Mehran. However, if you want a better car like Honda Civic, or want to own a luxury car, say Audi, in that case, that's your want. You want a better car. You don't really need it, but that's what you desire to amp up your lifestyle. Mehran car costs around PKR 860k, whereas Honda Civic car costs around 8 million. The difference between the price of the two cars is the difference between your needs and wants. That difference is basically what you want. If you can make that amount of money and get your desired car, you will have achieved that want. Now the question is, how eagerly do you want that car? How much do you desire it? Is it really your want or not? Oftentimes when we feel the emergence of a certain want, we start to strive to materialize it. In that process, sometimes another temptation comes along, and we gravitate towards it. Perhaps you are trying to earn and save money to get a Honda Civic, but halfway through the process, you get an urge to buy an iPhone. Following that temptation, you spend your funds on the phone. You do feel happy for a while, but that joy soon fades away, and the desire for the car hops back in. It is these distractions, disguised as temptations, that steer you away from your main goals. You do not distance from your goals because you are distracted. You are distanced from your goal because you are being attracted by other small goals. Ben Hardy. If you don't want to fall prey to your temptations and distractions time and again, you need to know what you truly want. This is where your roadmap will help you. Remember the personality test you took. Let's dig into that. Your roadmap to success is completely dependent on you. You need to know what success means to you, how you see it, and what you want in life. This realization is best achieved by first knowing yourself inside out. Well, I completely believe knowing yourself is a lifelong process. As we grow, we experience different situations and go through various phases in life. Every experience we have changes us to a certain extent. Hence, we are always evolving. Considering that, you will always learn new things about yourself with time. That said, it does not imply you cannot understand who you are and what you want. There are certain elements of your personality that can give you quite a good understanding of yourself. Find your uniqueness. All of us are unique in our own ways. Each one of us has something special, more like a superpower that makes us stand out from the rest. Some of us can speak better while others are great athletes. Some have great writing skills while others may be exceptional at cooking. Allah has created you for a reason and has given you a unique ability to stand out and help those who need it. Once you start exploring your uniqueness in serving others, that is when the universe will come together to help and support you. This is also the spirit of true entrepreneurs. What is your uniqueness? That is the million-dollar question you need to focus on right now. To find your uniqueness is necessary because that gives your insight into your strengths and weaknesses. You cannot find this out in one day. It is a long journey based on a test and trial process, but you should know that you are working towards that and your journey is going to find out about your uniqueness. Here's a little exercise you can work on to know your uniqueness. Sit somewhere peaceful with your journal and think of any 5 things about you that come off as strengths. The strengths could be anything from character traits to talents to skills, etc. If you have trouble exploring your strengths, think of the things people compliment you on. For instance, if people often praise you for your good communication, that could be a strength. Next, think of any top 5 weaknesses characteristics that pull you back and keep you from being your amazing self. These two can be anything from procrastinating to overthinking to being short-tempered. After that, ponder on anything you find unique about yourself, something you haven't seen anybody else do, or something you feel you are exceptional at. For instance, you may be great at researching information, or have a knack for making cakes. Whatever it is that you find special about yourself, write that down. Once you have analyzed all these aspects, go through the account a couple of times, and try to connect everything. If you procrastinate, but are focused when you start to paint, or make a vlog, perhaps doing that is your uniqueness, and your habit of procrastination keeps you from being great at it. Write down your uniqueness on a fresh page and say, I am unique in whatever your uniqueness is, repeatedly. You have to first believe in yourself before the world believes in you, as it may also change over the time with new information and experiences you get. Make sure to revisit this account and update it with any new findings you have about yourself. Chant the uniqueness suggestion multiple times daily to remind yourself of what you are good at. Also, you can have more than one unique quality and strengths, so never shy away from accepting that. After going through your strengths, it is time to assess your circumstances. Your circumstances. To know where you wish to go, you must observe and understand your current circumstances too. There is always the possibility that yesterday your circumstances were in your favor, but today they are not. You have to adjust according to your circumstances, but you also need to make them favorable for yourself. For example, it is possible that a couple of years ago, you had a comfortable life while earning PKR 50K, but today, the same amount seems small to accommodate your needs. It means that you have to increase your source of income. If we talk about the dollar rate, it is even more than PKR 220. If you are sitting in Pakistan and earn $100, it means you earn 22K approximately in Pakistani rupee. In this way, it is beneficial for you. If you are in a metropolitan city like Islamabad, you won't have many issues related to electricity. But if you are living in a village and face electricity issues, it is a disadvantage for you. It is necessary to understand your circumstances to know about the advantages and disadvantages. If you are living in a village, you can survive on a low budget, and if you are living in a city, you have more expenses, which is the disadvantage of being in the city. Every place has its own advantages and disadvantages. If you understand the environment and circumstances, you are able to work according to your circumstances. Instead of focusing on only the shortcomings and complaining, work on realistically analyzing your situation so you can identify both the good and bad points, and work accordingly. Think of a situation for a few minutes. Imagine you're drowning in water and you begin screaming. There is a higher chance that you will continue to drown. On the other hand, if you keep yourself calm, there is a possibility of finding something to move towards your survival. So, it is necessary to know about your current circumstances. Is your future safe, or not? If not, how can you secure it? What situation are you in right now? What is lagging in it, and how can you overcome it? What is good about it? And how can you leverage it to improve your current condition? Chapter 6. Understanding Business and Entrepreneurship. It is a common perception that business and entrepreneurship are the same things and much easier to do. Everyone wants to become a businessman or an entrepreneur because it sounds cool. But you must have the necessary information before making such an important decision. Once you have enough information in hand, you will be in a better position to decide which path you should take to achieve your goals. We have discussed these two concepts in detail to give you a better understanding of their similarities and differences. Google sees an entrepreneur as a person who establishes a business or multiple businesses by undertaking financial risk in return for profit. The word entrepreneur is derived from the French word entreprendre and became popular in the 19th century. Ever wonder what people were called before the introduction of this term? Research shows that there is no universally accepted definition of an entrepreneur. Different people have their own understanding of its diverse aspects. However, there is a visible difference between an entrepreneur and a businessman. Businessman versus entrepreneur. A businessman is a person who launches a business with an existing idea to offer its products and services to its customers with the prime goal of earning profit. But an entrepreneur is someone who builds an enterprise with a unique idea and offers that never existed before. The primary objective of an entrepreneur is to solve a problem for people's benefit by carrying out commercial activities. Let's understand this with an example. A person started a textile business to earn profit by looking at someone who was already doing it. By diving deep into this business, he found some problems that could be solved through technological innovation. Thus, he chose to take the risk by introducing a new method in the textile field. This action classifies him as an entrepreneur because his idea will also benefit other people. Think of how Elon Musk has introduced electric cars that use green energy, reducing pollution. His idea is a new concept that will benefit the masses across the globe while commercially generating revenues for him. Cars are already there in the market, but an electric car is relatively a novel concept. If you want to stand out from the crowd, it is important to come up with something different, or at least put a relatively new spin on an existing product. This explains why it is imperative to do extensive research for the business you intend to do. Looking for something profitable is not a bad thing. However, if you want to be an entrepreneur, your main focus should be to impart value to people. Profit is the primary objective of a businessman but becomes secondary for an entrepreneur. And this is the main difference between the two that needs to be understood. However, there are no hard and fast rules in this regard. A businessman may do some innovation from an entrepreneurial angle, and an entrepreneur may focus solely on profits at some point. So, an entrepreneurial and business mindset do intersect at some point. Now, by understanding this concept and the difference between businessmen and entrepreneurs, you will realize that if you start with a business mindset, i.e., do what others are doing and try to do it best, you will start generating income fast. But if you take the entrepreneur route for the sake of money, you will not be able to get it soon, as it requires lots of tests and trials, as you are on a journey where no one else has gone before. Based on my research, I have come up with a comprehensive definition of an entrepreneur encompassing all of its dimensions. An entrepreneur is someone who is in the pursuit of finding himself and his true potential by serving others in a profitable manner. That brings us to the question of how to find yourself and your potential. Let us elaborate below. How to find yourself and your true potential. Your entrepreneurial journey is an opportunity to discover yourself and your purpose in life. Human beings are blessed with unlimited potential but a limited time in this world. No matter how long you live, what you do in this lifetime is what it means in the end. A life without a purpose is directionless and futile. The real test of life is to find your hidden talents and know your strengths. If you play on your strengths, success is guaranteed. An entrepreneur's goal is to make a positive impact in others' lives, but it also helps you grow personally. The universe blesses you in many ways if you work for mankind. And the most significant advantage is the satisfaction of your soul. Before you start your venture, you must ask yourself a few questions. Why do you want to do it? How much money will you need? What is your product or service? The answers to these questions will decide your future path. Let's answer it one by one. Why do you want to do the business? First of all, you should ask yourself why you want to do a specific business. What is your motivation behind it? Do you want to make money only? Or do you want to bring change in people's lives? The answer to these questions will decide whether you are taking a business path or going for entrepreneurship. Remember, there is no right or wrong motivation for wanting to start your own business. If you are doing a job, you may want to escape the 9-to-5 work hours and need some flexibility. Or you may wish to pursue your passion. Every reason is valid. Some of the key motivators for doing business are as follows: making more money, pursuing a passion, escaping the corporate rat race, discovering your purpose, learning new skills, solving a need, giving back to the community. Spend some time reflecting on your why pertaining to your desire to start and run your business. Never rush through these things. You may think a certain reason is your why and jump to a conclusion, only realizing a few days later how it was an impulse thought only. We stick to things we truly believe in. Considering this, take your time with figuring out your real whys. How much money will you need? Money is a driving force for both businessmen and entrepreneurs. It is paramount to know how much money you want to make in order to actually manifest that goal. Financial needs vary from person to person. An employed person has different needs as compared to an unemployed person. A student's journey is different from a non-student, and a housewife has a dissimilar roadmap from a working woman. Your circumstances, needs, and wants to determine how much money you should make. It is pertinent to distinguish between needs and wants here. A need is a crucial necessity without which you can't live, whereas a want is a desire without which you can live but don't want to live. Your survival depends on fulfilling your needs, not your wants. The basic needs of all human beings are the same: food, clothing, air, water, and shelter. In addition to these basics, some other needs are essential for living a healthy and contented life, known as the psychological needs of a person. These include self-esteem, a sense of security, and love. If we talk about wants, every individual has their own set of wants. Someone may want a big house and a luxury car, while someone else may dream of a trip to a foreign country. However, our wants change over time. For example, you might have wanted to buy a big toy castle when you were a child. But your choice and preferences modify as you grow older, so your desires also change. Analyzing your needs and wants helps you decide how much money you want to earn. You can do that by asking a simple question: can I survive without this? If the answer is no, it is your need. If the answer is yes, it is your want. Suppose you want to earn PKR 500K per month because you feel the amount is enough to satisfy your needs and live a good life. If your expenses are less than PKR 100K per month, you will spend PKR 100K and save the rest. You will be at peace. But why do you want to earn this much? Why are you stretching yourself for a goal you will achieve after a hard struggle? You may earn PKR 100K per month to meet your expenses, but it may not satisfy you. You have set a high target for yourself, and meeting your target will give you satisfaction. Another person may have a different goal. He thinks he can survive by earning PKR 50K per month. So he will make enough effort to satisfy his needs. Thus, this is about setting the right goals. Having realistic goals will drive you towards success because your satisfaction is high when you achieve your goals. A significant determinant of the manifestation of your goals and increasing your revenues is your ability to stay in a business for a longer period. As Peter Drucker puts it, the ultimate aim of a business is survival. Thus, your realistic goal should not be to make more money but to achieve a steady income. One who stays in business will grow, expand, and make more money in the long run. But the one who wants to make money quickly may get disappointed from the very beginning and leave the business halfway. Perseverance is essential to run a business. Aim to play long and you will succeed. You get impressed by people who reach the top, but you do not know their journey and their effort. There is a struggle of many years behind every successful entrepreneur. What is your product or service? The core element of business or entrepreneurship is the exchange of value. The object of exchange is generally referred to as the product. It can be a goods, service, idea, person, or place. You get money in exchange for value generated from your product or service. We most often think of something of value as money. For example, if you are doing a job somewhere, you offer your skills in exchange for money. If you give a professional service to a client, he will pay you in the form of money. You may be selling your product and earning money or helping someone to sell their product and getting your commission. Thus, the kind of product or service you are offering sets your path. Quality matters a lot to get a good return for your product or service. For example, if you sell a good quality product for $500, your customer will be happy to pay for it. But if the actual perceived value of a product is $500, but you sell it for $1,000, your customer may think it is expensive. So the value or benefit you offer through your product or service must be higher than the customer's perceived value. Businesses that stay long in the market are the ones that maintain the quality of their products. They make customer satisfaction a top priority. Sometimes they offer something extra to increase the loyalty of their customers. One of the factors that help you stand out from your competitors is how unique your product or service is. That's where entrepreneurship steps in. You are likely to do great if you are giving a unique solution to an existing problem. So think big but start small. Think of changing the world with your product or service, just like how Microsoft or Apple did. However, do remember they all start small? Levels of entrepreneurs. Becoming a true entrepreneur is a step-by-step process. It takes time to get to the top. Thus, it is imperative to know different levels of entrepreneurship here. 1. Technical level. The first one is technical level. A technical entrepreneur is a person who is doing everything on his own. Either he sells his skills or makes a product and starts selling it. Your budget is initially low, so you do everything from sales to marketing, management, accounting, law, finance, and HR. You get maximum learning at this stage. 2. Managerial level. The second level of entrepreneurship is the managerial level. That's the stage you're on when you hire a team and make them work for you. You are now both an employer and a manager. This stage teaches you how to hire, coach, and manage people who work for you. Even at this level, you are doing much of the work for your business yourself. 3. Visionary level. The third level is the visionary level. People with any unique idea or vision hire a managerial entrepreneur who further hires a technical entrepreneur, and a system is built up. Oftentimes it so happens that if you remove the managerial level and directly hire a technical entrepreneur, your business will not flourish. At this level, you have an enterprise that works without you having to work in it. Now you have an established system where your employees and management team work for your business, and you get out of their way. 4. Ownership level. The next level on the entrepreneurial ladder is business ownership. A business owner is a person who does nothing, or we can say don't do much, but owns everything and gets more benefits than anyone in the form of wealth or generating money. Visionary, managerial, and technical people are working for him, but he does not know them. He has invested in building a system and owns the business to get maximum product profit. He is able to create wealth. All of these 4 levels are essential. Many people start their journey as technical entrepreneurs but later move on to the managerial level, climbing up the ladder, and then become visionary. They may require 10 years to be an expert at the technical level, spend 10 more years on the managerial level, and then spend 10 more years on the visionary level. It means it roughly takes 30 years to reach an ownership level. Most people retire at the technical level, few move to the managerial level, and very few reach the visionary level. If you want to be wealthy and make money, you can change your track. This book will help you do it. What you earn at the technical level is less than the managerial level, and what you earn at the managerial level is less than the visionary level. Instead of working at a technical, managerial, and visionary level, you can directly move to the ownership level. If you start preparing for ownership level today, you will be at ownership level after 10 years. This way, you will skip 30 years of hard work. You can do that by investing in something beneficial. Just like you invested in this book. Chances are high that this is the first time you came to know about the ownership level. I will guide you on how to play at this level in this book. To upgrade your level, you need to learn skills or find ways that help you work on tasks in less time. For example, Person A is at the technical level and makes a logo priced at $5. Person B makes another logo at the same time and charges $500 for it. Person C also offers logo design services and makes a logo in less or same time, but sells it for $5,000. All the logos are for clients belonging to the same niche. If one seller sells a logo for USD 5,000 and finds a client willing to buy it at that price, it means that he has reached a level where he can give premium value to people, and his clients too respect that. Religious perspective on entrepreneurship. Looking at entrepreneurship from a religious perspective is also important. Drawing a connection between entrepreneurship and religion helped me scale my entrepreneurial activities to a great extent, which is why I want to share that perspective with you too. While exploring this connection, I found myself studying the Holy Quran properly, which in turn helped me find the purpose of my life and the reason for my existence. Entrepreneurship is about serving others, and the Holy Quran also instructs us to serve others. Allah Almighty has created the heavens for mankind. In order to be worthy of attaining a place in heaven, we need to serve humanity. How can we do that? By using our unique qualities and potential to help and serve each other. Allah has bestowed all of us with some special power. His aim was to connect people with each other through these qualities. For instance, you may be good at running a business, but you need an excellent vendor to provide you with the products you wish to sell. Now that vendor may not have great business management skills, but he is good at what he does. The two of you need each other to grow in your own field. The real purpose of our creation is to connect each other and serve others. Entrepreneurship is the freedom within the boundaries, and within that boundaries entrepreneurship must be carried out. The Holy Quran is the guide that helps define those boundaries, right? There are many people who work from the entrepreneurial angle, but when we analyze them from the Holy Quran's perspective, they have one way or another breached some boundaries. The Holy Quran helps people to define the risks and the boundaries to play around in. If you play within the Holy Quran's boundaries, you can build up your business to a good level for this world and enjoy rewards in this world and the hereafter too. That brings us to the end of this section. Let us recap what we learned in it. Summary of Section 1. Here's what we covered in this section. Always explore yourself, your thoughts, your behaviors, your aspirations, your strengths, and your genuine desires. Knowing yourself deeply gives you clarity and serves as the first stepping stone to achieve your desired success. Spend some time reflecting on what success means to you so you understand what brings you joy and what you wish to achieve. Once you know yourself, figure out where you stand in terms of success, finances, skills, and the likes. Conduct a comparison of your income and expenses to understand where you stand financially. After getting clarity on where you currently stand, know where you wish to head in life. Get as much clarity as possible on your wants, needs, and desires so you get a clear sense of direction. Understand that whatever appears to be shiny may not be what you really want every time. Getting clarity on your wants, idea of success and goals helps you steer clear of the shiny object syndrome and gives you the courage to avoid being tempted by the influences around you. You need a roadmap to guide you the way forward once you decide to move towards a certain destination. Without a roadmap, you are lost and confused. Roadmaps help you understand the best possible routes to meet the desired finish line, the capacities of different pathways, and how to avoid being misdirected. Understand the level of entrepreneurship you are on. Figure out your circumstances and your basic needs as well as wants. Also understand the level of hierarchy of needs you're on so you can better identify your needs and wants. Section 2. Roadmap Framework. With the basics covered, let us now move to the core of this book, how to create your roadmap. In this section, we will go through roadmap creation and I will provide you with a framework that helps you structure a concrete and powerful roadmap conducive to success. The framework comprises 12 integral principles of creating a roadmap, which is why the framework is also sometimes referred to as the 12 principles of roadmap creation. Without these 12 elements, your roadmap will be incomplete. On the contrary, if you work on completing these 12 important factors, your roadmap will be very effective and powerful, allowing you to achieve your desired goals effectively and quickly. Chapter 7. Step 1. Goal. Destination. Define your goal, goal-setting framework. The first key element in creating a roadmap is to define your goal. It means you need to clearly specify what your goal is. We have discussed this earlier in the book too. Once you are clear on your goal, you need to move forward to the goal-setting framework. To structure the goals framework, you must also have clarity on the purpose you wish to achieve. If you have gone through the work we've done up till now, figuring that out will be a walk in the park for you. Define your purpose. What is your main purpose for setting up this goal? This is indeed a million-dollar question. If you figure out the answer to that, your entire journey forward will be quite easy. Let's suppose that your goal is to earn $1,000 monthly, so the philosophy we use here is the 5 Why strategy, 5Q strategy. This means whatever work you're going to do or whatever goal you are going to set, you need to dig deep into the 5 whys associated with it by asking yourself 5 questions. For instance, if you say that I want to earn $5,000 or I want to earn $1,000, let us help you peel off the layers, one by one. The first why will be, why do you want to achieve that goal? For instance, your why may be to support your family. Now you need to take this why and dig into it. Why is it that you want to support your family? Ask yourself this question and take a dive into it. Perhaps the answer you get states to help them live a comfortable life. Now, interrogate why you wish to do that. Keep doing that until you get an absolute answer that can no longer be peeled off. As you reach the absolute answer, you find yourself staring at your purpose. The root cause from where all the whys stemmed is what you need to achieve. That's the thirst you need to quench, and if you achieve that, you will materialize your purpose in life. Now you need to work on figuring out your purpose using the same strategy as described above. First why. Second why. Third why. Fourth why. Fifth why. Once you discover your purpose and structure a goal around it, you need to turn it into a SMART goal. Define your SMART goal. SMART is a tool that helps you create specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound goals. Let me help you understand what it means and how to create such goals. S stands for specific. If your goal is to make money, how much of it do you want to make? If you say USD 10,000, that is a specific goal. M symbolizes measurable. Considering that goal, how can you measure it? For instance, you can keep track of your earnings to gauge whether or not you are moving closer to your goal of earning $10,000. A represents attainable. Is your goal attainable? Attainable goals are the ones that can be achieved within the resources available to you. To see if your goal is attainable, you need to assess the resources currently accessible to you. This includes human, technical, financial, and any other resources. For instance, if you want to start your business and have some funds saved aside, that could be your financial resource. If you have some skills to run it, those could be the human resource and technical resources. R signifies realistic. It is important to dream big, but when it comes to setting goals, it is crucial to start with realistic goals, so you find them believable and work towards manifesting them into reality. Check if your goal seems realistic or not. If you want to become a billionaire right away, that may not be possible instantly. However, you can work towards it by earning $10,000 a month first. T is for time-bound. Is there a deadline pegged to your goal? Time-bound goals are those that are accompanied by a timeline and a due date. If you don't know when your goal is due, chances are you may procrastinate getting started with it. Also, you may prolong certain tasks and never complete them. On the other hand, if your goal is time-bound, you know just when to start it and complete it. The first element is about proper goals and clarity about your goal. Your task now is to take your goal and turn it into a SMART goal. Is it a need or want? Due to inflation, COVID, loss of job or shutdown of business, or for any other reason. If you need to earn $1,000 per month to survive, your roadmap to achieving your need will be different, as compared to if you want to earn $1,000 per month to live a much better life, travel or buy a car. You have to identify whether your goal is a need or want. It is also very important to identify it because if it is a need, your roadmap steps execution will be different compared to if your goal is a want. One big goal a year. Let me give you a new strategy for achieving the goal. Before that, first, understand the difference between goal and result. Goal versus result. The goal is not the result. The result is what you get when you achieve the goal. The goal is what you do. Result is what you get. The goal is in your control. Result is not in your control. Read it again. You want to earn $1,000 in 3 months. Is it a goal or a result? It is a result. You will get it when you achieve the goal. Now the goal can be you do the job, freelancing, or business that will help you get the result of $1,000 more or less. Doing a job, freelancing, or business is in your control. If you do the things that are in your control, eventually you will be going to get the desired result. Whenever you try to set a goal that you can do or get done. Let me share my example. My one big goal for 2022 was to write the book Roadmapper. Now that was in my hand, it was something that I can do, so I did it. The result of it will be branding, authority, book sales, revenue, coaching, speaking, and so on. My next year's goal will be book promotion. The tasks I will do for that includes: create an audiobook, video series on each topic of the book on YouTube, 52 videos, Roadmapper Challenge, 12 challenge, One Big Goal a Year workshop, 12 workshops, Roadmapper Podcast, 52 episodes, appear on podcasts, YouTube shows, Zoom sessions, 100 plus. If I do all the above or even if I do few of them, The result will be more people will know about the book Roadmapper and will read it. That will eventually help me earn more. If you note one thing, all these are digital assets that will bring me compound results. So, try to set the goals which you can do, or get it done, instead of setting the result as a goal. One big goal a year strategy. Once you get clear about where you want to go, what kind of success do you want to achieve? You need to have a roadmap for 3, 5, or 10 years. And for every year you need to set one big goal that should be a big milestone in achieving your ultimate success. My one big goal for 2022 was to write a book Roadmapper. 2023 is to promote a book by building digital assets. 2024, surprise. 2025, surprise. 2026, surprise. Steps to achieve one big goal a year. 1. Set a one big goal for the year. 2. Set a one big goal for each quarter. 3. Set a one big goal for each month. That is it. Yes. Don't make it complicated. I have tried to make it set to weeks and days, but it didn't work for me. Sometimes I didn't work for 3 weeks and worked for 1 week and achieve one big goal of the month. Sometimes I even don't work for months and then work in 1 month to achieve the one big goal of the quarter. It may or may not work for you. You must test it to find it out. So don't follow me, follow yourself. Find out what works for you and stick with it. Ask yourself, what is the one big goal if you achieve this year? You will be fulfilled and satisfied at the end of the year. Once you do that, your goal-setting phase is almost complete. Now you need to move towards identifying the vehicle that will take you to your destination. Chapter 8. Step 2. Vehicle. What will be your vehicle? You have set the goal, the destination where you want to go. Now you have to figure out how you will reach your destination and which vehicle you will pick. For instance, you have set a goal to earn $1,000 per month in 90 days. Now which vehicle you will pick, whether it will be blogging, freelancing, affiliate marketing, digital marketing, trainings, courses, e-commerce, product launch, website flipping, online job, etc. Which vehicle will you pick? To pick the right vehicle, you need to know about that vehicle. If you pick the wrong vehicle, chances are you won't be able to achieve your goal or not in due time, even if you do everything else right. For example, if you pick blogging, chances are you may not be able to achieve your goal in 90 days, as blogging takes time to bring results. If you pick e-commerce, you may need the investment to start. Freelancing may help you achieve your goal, but for that, you need to have a skill. The same goes for an online job. What is the vehicle potential? You also need to consider the vehicle's potential in the long run. The vehicle you pick might look attractive now, but in the future, scaling it or exit it will be a problem. The vehicle may have the potential to earn up to $1,000 per month, but you are thinking about taking it to $10,000 per month. You may need to build a side hustle and be willing to give it 2 to 3 hours a day, but a vehicle may need more hours per day to bring the desired results. Power of no. Once you pick the vehicle after doing your due diligence and proper research, it will give you the power of no, which is very critical for your success. Let's say freelancing is the vehicle you pick to achieve your goal of $1,000 per month in 90 days. Now all other vehicles, such as e-commerce, blogging, etc., will be distractions for you to achieving your goal. This is where you use the power of no and will say no to all those distractions. It will also help you build focus around your goal. You have set the right goal. Pick the right vehicle. Now it is the time to pick the right driver that will help you drive towards your goal. Chapter 9. Step 3. Driver. What is your driver? To understand what a driver is and why you need it, let me give you an example. For a moment, think that you venture into freelancing and offer your skills as a graphic designer. Your skill at this point is graphic designing, and it is the force that is driving you towards your goal of making money. It is basically your driver. Since no journey is straightforward, it is likely you'll face some hurdles while freelancing too. Perhaps you cannot find a client even after 2 months. Maybe you do find clients, but they are low-paying ones. You have yet to land clients who can pay you enough to help you reach your goal. It is possible that you find yourself procrastinating a lot. Whatever it may be, some bumps are likely to come your way. When that happens, you may find yourself leaving freelancing or perhaps graphic designing midway. It is also possible that you experience the shiny object syndrome I talked about earlier. In any case, you may find yourself gravitating towards another skill, field, or idea. The instant you make that shift, you change your driver. Graphic designing or freelancing that was driving your career's car earlier is now replaced by something else. If you keep changing the drivers, you will find yourself moving nowhere really. If you dig deeper into the issue using the 5Y and 5Q approach we discussed previously, you are likely to figure out that we often quit our goals because we are not passionate about them. We lack the burning desire that makes us go the extra mile for the things we believe in. We lack the driver. The driver is not really any specific line of work or career or an activity. It is something you are truly passionate about. You only stick to those things for the long haul that you are genuinely excited about, and those that you believe in. If you don't have that passion, that burning desire to do something, you don't have a driver that leads you to the finish line. Think of someone who found a newfound zest for life after he survived a heart attack. That person who just lost his life now wants to live at king size, and in a healthy manner only because he has witnessed what it's like to lose it. Look at someone who has lived an intensely tough life marked by poverty, burning the midnight oil, working 3 jobs, and still has the energy to do more. Only he knows the plight he has been through, and has the burning desire to improve his quality of life. Similarly, if you want to achieve your goals, you need to nurture a burning desire for them. Oftentimes, people turn to motivational speakers to find their inner driving force. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Sure, you should do what does the trick for you and helps you accomplish your goals. That said, what's important to understand is that your burning desire is to be found inside of you, not outside. Motivational speakers, motivational books and the likes can rev up your excitement for sure, but to become motivated to do something, you need to identify your burning desire. That only comes from within, which is why I always advise people to spend time with themselves and explore their thoughts, desires, and passions. Once you find the right driver, one that is meaningful and powerful enough to make you stick to the right path, you will find it easy to block out your distractions too. Ever seen a racehorse? You might have noticed the blinders on its eyes. The blinders make him focus only on the racetrack and block out all the distractions. You need to do the same if you wish to win the race. Well, not really cover your eyes with blindfolds or something, but focus on the prize and clear out the distractions. It is crucial to figure out your distractions first. For instance, for some, social media might be a distraction. Every time you start to work, you may open a social media app and spend hours hooked to it. For some people, traveling may be a distraction. They may find themselves checking out tourist destinations more on work trips rather than attending the conferences they went for. I mentioned earlier how I'll be linking this book with Islam and the Word of Allah. Here, I'd like to share the story of Hazrat Yousaf Saeed. He became a victim of his brother's jealousy and they threw him into a well. Rescued by a merchant who heard his cries for help, he is taken to be sold in a slave market in Egypt. He was then imprisoned for not accepting the invitation from his master wife for sin. Allah helped Hazrat Yousaf Saeed with each and every struggle he went through. Once he was a captive lying in a jail, the king of the region had a dream. And, once, the king of Egypt said, "Verily I saw, in a dream, 7 fat cows which 7 lean cows were eating, and 7 green ears of corn and other 7 dry. O chiefs of my court, explain to me my dream, if you are able to interpret dreams." Surah Yusuf, verse 43. He asked dream interpreters and predictors to decipher his dream. That dream takes the king to Hazrat Yousaf Saeed. Hazrat Yousaf told him that there will be 7 years of good and happiness, and after that time span, there will be 7 years when everything will vanish. If the king is to survive, he must save food for the next 7 years. One might wonder why Hazrat Yousaf Saeed went through so many troubles in life as a child and landed in jail when he was innocent. The answer lies in him predicting that dream and saving the life of so many people, including children's. His prediction was correct, and with that he helped the king save many lives and keep them from dying of hunger. Hazrat Yousaf Saeed's purpose was to help lives, and so he did. Hazrat Yousaf Saeed never lost hope, and never succumbed to the struggles because he knew his purpose in life, and that served as his driving force to withstand all the hardships along the way. Similarly, you need to strive for the same. Sometimes you are getting prepared for the best in the future. If you keep your patience and do the right things and stay on the right path, you will eventually get the rewards of good deeds. Here are some tips to do that. Set aside some time daily to explore your purpose in life. As you start getting clarity on your driver, write down all the things, ideas and activities that distract you. Stop listening to 10 different opinions by 10 different people and being sidetracked by them. Write down clearly what you want, or what you think you want, and ponder on it for some time regularly. Keep asking yourself different questions about your purpose on a daily basis to make it more vivid inside your head. Remember, you need to see a clear picture in your head first to focus completely on it. Also, build the ability to say no whenever needed. This is actually a skill that helps you steer clear of distractions and temptations that obstruct you from reaching your goal and achieving your purpose in life. To cultivate this ability, make sure to write down all your findings to keep reflecting on them, and to record your journey. Factors that help you find your driver. There are different elements that one way or another help you find your driver. Point 1. Survival. An extremely important driver that drives most of us is survival. Many of us have the constant pressure of surviving in this world because we are living in a hand-to-mouth state. The survival stage is of 2 main types. Unnaturally created, when you are actually in survival mode and have trouble meeting your basic expenses. Be artificially created, when you start a business and are in survival mode because you need to make it grow. Whatever type of survival you are in, you need to understand it is your driver. Type A survival zone is naturally created, whereas survival B zone is artificially created because you chose to start your business. In either of the 2 cases, you need to recognize your driver and analyze it. If it is genuinely or naturally created, then you have fewer options to move past it, but the options are still there, such as doing a side hustle or borrowing a loan. If it is artificially created, then you usually have more options, such as entering into a collaboration with another business, doing a partnership, getting a loan, selling your business, etc. Either way, understand your survival mode and recognize it as your driver so you can use it to your advantage. 2. Pain. Pain is a big driving force for many people. In most cases, such people are not conscious of their health, but with time they notice that they have some sort of health issue. Becoming dull, gaining weight, experiencing ailments, and struggling with mental health issues are some instances of going through physical and emotional pain that drives people to find their purpose in life. Another form of pain takes place due to emotional problems, heartbreak, and any kind of setback or loss that stirs up some sort of bitter and intense emotions. Perhaps you went through a breakup that made you realize you're done dealing with toxic people. Since you were abused with your self-esteem left hurt, you decide now to prove your worth. Maybe you incurred a huge financial loss and hit rock bottom. Once you went into survival mode, you realized the importance of sailing on the surface and discovered your purpose to become affluent, and also help others in attaining financial stability. 3. Gain. For some people, gaining something works as their driver. Perhaps you have a burning desire to tour the world and visit exotic places. Maybe you want to learn new skills and decide to start your own institute that teaches people skills. 4. Money. Money is quite often a driver for many people. However, many of us have a skewed perception of it, and think of it as something negative, and pursuing money as being materialistic. Both perceptions are not true. Of the many realities in life, money is certainly one. You cannot deny its significance in our lives. If you have money, you can easily get treatments for your health problems. If you have money, you can upgrade your lifestyle. With money, you can help people and do so much more that adds value to your life, and that of others too. Hence, money is certainly not bad. It is how we perceive and use it that makes it positive or negative. Let me explain it with the knife analogy. A knife can be used to stab someone, but also cut fruit and serve the needy. How you use the knife depends on you. The same is true for money. 5. Family. Some of us are not moved by pain, gain, or money, but it is family that becomes their driver. Perhaps you want to give your family the best of everything, and that is your driver. Maybe you are alone and want to have a family of your own. You realize how having a good career, reputation, and lifestyle can help you attract the partner you desire and build a family with him/her, so you start working for it. 6. Fame. Fame is yet another immense driving force. At some point, all of us want to be famous, get the love of people, and become relatively well known. Think of how you see celebrities. You admire them, sometimes envy them, and often find yourself imagining living like them. Maybe not entirely, but a part of you does want all the fame, glory, and admiration that your favorite celebrities have. When you feel you have some value to give to the world around you, you feel the need of recognition bubbling inside you. You want to be recognized for that value you offer to people, and as you become recognized, you get fame too. Hence, the need for fame comes from the need to give value to others. That's when fame and recognition are your drivers. 7. Impact. There are some people who work to create an impact that changes the world for the better. The invention of electric cars to save fuel is one such example. Microsoft's vision of a microcomputer on every desk and in every home running Microsoft software is another example. The impact can be created in many ways. Since all of us are different, our perception of impact is different too. How you perceive impact may not be the same as your friend views it. For him, the impact may be about adopting eco-friendly measures, whereas for you, perhaps, it is about eliminating world hunger. 8. Faith/religion. Faith or religion, as many people refer to it, also serves as an immense and intense driving force for many people. Some people find themselves feeling lost in life, stumble upon an aspect of faith, and find light. Some are already religious and want to do something to serve their faith, and that in turn becomes their driver. If their faith instructs them to take care of the underprivileged people, that may become their purpose in life. These 8 factors are important tools to discover, explore, and understand your driver. What you need to do next is rummage through these 8 aspects pertaining to you and your life to figure out the tools that can help you determine your driver. Here is a table that can help you with that task. The table above shows 8 factors that we discussed above. In the column labeled What Moves You, write down anything relevant to that certain factor that affects you and can turn out to be your driver. For instance, in pain, you can talk about your health issues. In money, you can mention your desire to be a millionaire. Once you are done mentioning at least one thing relevant to every tool, point its intensity on a scale from 0 to 10, with 0 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. If fame is a big driver for you, perhaps it stands at level 7. Maybe money isn't that big of a driving force and ranks at 3. In this manner, work on all the factors. Next, analyze which of those matters the most to you. You may not discover your true driver on the first attempt, which is why you need to practice this exercise for 10 to 15 minutes weekly or monthly. The more you think along these lines, the better clarity you'll have about your driver. Chapter 10. Step 4. Time. Time Analysis Framework. Once you have set your goal, find out the driver and pick the vehicle. Now you need to create your time analysis framework, which basically means you need to figure out the time required to achieve your target. To craft any road map, the time factor is necessary because if you don't plan your time efficiently, or don't have a deadline attached to your goal, you are likely to struggle with the following issues. You may never get started with working towards your goal. You are likely to procrastinate a lot. You may assume the goal is spread over a long stretch of time, and allow fear to consume you. You may work for some time, and then quit the pursuit of your goal halfway through. To overcome all these hurdles, working on the time analysis framework is crucial. Let's analyze the different aspects pertaining to this analysis. How much time do you have? To structure your time analysis framework, the first thing you need to figure out is how much time you have. If you have the time to work on your goal yourself, go ahead and do it. It is important to invest in the necessary time and effort in your own goal so when you are finally at the stage where you can hire people and build the people, you have the knowledge of how things work and can guide them accordingly. However, if you don't have the time and mental energy to devote to your goal, it is necessary that you have investment, resources, or people you can hire to work for you. In case you are at the stage where you don't have time and cannot even hire people, but still have the desire to fulfill your goals to increase your income, you will have to go the extra mile and put in the necessary effort. At this step, the most effective thing you can do is to move towards learning. Now you may be asking yourself, I don't have time and how can I learn? Not having enough time is something the better of us struggle with too. What we need to understand is that there are only 24 hours in a day, but there are also people who make excellent use of these hours and get their important tasks done. If they can do it, so can you. The trick to getting your work done is to incorporate some important time management strategies. Here are some things you can try. Multitasking to learn skills. Multitasking isn't helpful if you are doing a high priority task because you end up having divided attention that messes up with the quality of your work. However, you can multitask when you are doing things that have now moved to your autopilot mode. For instance, you now know how to drive a car well, and can listen to something while driving, right? In that case, listen to a podcast that teaches you a soft skill, or helps you focus on your goals while driving. Read a page. Pick a book on anything you wish to learn, and only read a page of it daily. By the end of the month, you will have at least read 30 pages if not more and learned something. Dedicate 10 minutes to learning. Choose a skill you wish to learn to diversify your skill set and dedicate only 10 minutes to studying it daily. 10 minutes isn't a very long stretch of time, but if you focus sincerely on that skill in those 10 minutes, you're sure to learn a lot. Begin by working on these 3 simple hacks, and you'll find yourself slowly learning and acquiring skills that can help you materialize your goals. How much time does the goal or project require? Understand that the time factor is different in each roadmap. Every goal that we set is spread over a different span of time. Some tasks require 2 hours, whereas others may demand 6 hours. If you are spending only 2 hours on a task that requires you to invest at least 4 hours, you will not be able to get your desired results in 3 months. It will take you longer, and you need to accept that fact. It is crucial to analyze your goal and every little task involved to speculate the time you will need to finish it off. Here's how you can do that. Write down your end goal and make an assumption of the time it will take you to reach the finish line. For instance, if you want to run a successful blog and earn from it, you need to give it 6 to 9 months at least. In this case, 9 months is the time you'll need to start a blog, and structure it to the point that it can become a money-making machine for you. Divide that goal into a midterm and short-term goal, and once again, make an estimate of the time you'll require to reach those targets. Continuing with the example of the blog, the short-term goal could be to start your blog, find an idea for it, buy its domain and hosting, create content for it and have it ready in about 1 to 2 months. In this case, in 2 to 3 months you'll need the time required to finish off the short-term milestone. The midterm goal could be stretched to the 3rd or 4th month, wherein you start using strategies to steer your blog towards earning. Once you have an idea of the short-term and midterm goals, work on identifying the tasks you need to achieve those milestones. Start with the short-term goal and think of every possible activity and task required to accomplish it. Every task would need a certain time frame. In some cases, it would be a couple of hours, and in certain cases, the time frame could even be stretched to a few days. Once you have mapped out everything that needs to be done to meet your targets, you will have quite a vivid picture of the time the project demands in totality. When analyzing the time required for a project, do keep in mind the following aspects as well. Research time required. What time do you need to conduct any research if that's required for your goal? This is a crucial question to ponder on when starting your journey towards any goal. Mostly, when you are embarking on a new venture, for instance a business, be it online or the usual brick-and-mortar form, you need to invest time, money and other resources on research. How much research does your project demand? Do you have the time to do it, or will you need to buy the time of other people? There are people qualified enough to carry out research-related tasks for you. If you have the funds to hire resources to work on the research-related tasks for you, go ahead and do that. You'll be saving yourself great amounts of time, energy and other hassles involved in the process. Learning time required. You also need to think about the amount of learning time you need to execute the project successfully. There are 2 types of learning involved in any project. Basic learning. This refers to wrapping your head around the basics of the project. Let's carry on with the blogging example for ease and reference. If you are new to blogging, you'll need some time to understand how the mechanism works, the science behind it, how it can help you earn and the likes. Unless you are equipped with the basic knowledge required to carry out the project, you will struggle to do it. You can relieve your burden by delegating the entire project to an expert on the matter, but even then, my sincerest advice to you is to have an understanding of the basic learning involved. That's because if you know how to do something, then only you can direct another resource to work on it and keep a check on their performance. If you don't know how a blog works, you may not be able to monitor and gauge the performance of an expert blogger you are considering hiring or have already hired for your project. Hence, It is always a wise move to get the basic learning a certain project demands. Advanced learning. This refers to the advanced level learning required for a certain project. In the example of blogging, once you know the basics, you will need to brush your understanding of the advanced level aspects pertaining to blogging, how to monetize and take it up a notch. If you are a video editor, you will need to brush on your video editing skills and learning techniques like masking, layer shifting, easing and the likes to create even more striking videos as compared to the ones you have already been working on. If you are hiring someone else for a project, advanced level learning isn't really your headache. However, it is always good to keep honing your skills and knowledge and take it to a higher level. Practice time required. The third biggest critical part involved in any project that most people ignore is the practice time required. Once you are done with the research process, have the basic and advanced learning, you need to start working on practicing for the project, aka its execution. To practice, you can work on it yourself, especially if you wish to execute it on your own. It is important to dedicate a certain time for practicing every day to practically implement your learning. However, if you are outsourcing someone else for the project, your practice time automatically minimizes. Go through all these aspects to truly understand the time required for your project. It is important to analyze it very pragmatically, so you allocate the right time for the project to complete it successfully. Remember, you'll need to burn the midnight oil for it, especially in the start and particularly if you're doing it entirely on your own. The more time you devote to it, the faster you'll achieve your desired results. You can also use a time management calculator to better assess the project time required. Time Management Calculator. A time management calculator is quite a helpful tool in calculating the time you spend on your daily activities so you can analyze whether or not you spend time doing important tasks. Here is the link to download a time management calculator: www.roadmapper.com/resources. Remember to fill up all 30 columns of the sheet and analyze them very objectively once you're done. How to fill the time calculator. You'll be able to soon analyze how you have been managing your time. Once you figure out the time you spend in time wasters, all the activities that yield no beneficial result, you will be able to identify the activities you need to let go of. For instance, you may realize that you spend 2 hours using social media and doing nothing productive in return. If you are an influencer and you actually make money from your social media activities, that makes sense. Even if you aren't an influencer, but you are learning something positive from your time spent on social media platforms, then too, it is good enough. On the contrary, if all you're doing is scrolling up and down the newsfeed, comparing your lives to others, and only daydreaming about things, you are not really benefiting from your social media activities. Perhaps, those are the 2 hours you can utilize in learning the skill you need to start your online venture, or doing the research for your business, or advancing your learning to the next level. In this manner, you can successfully figure out the different blocks of time in your day that are spent doing pointless, useless and distracting activities that only take you miles away from your goal. Free up your routine of these activities, and you instantly end up creating time and space for the high-priority tasks. Can you buy other people's time? If you want to run fast, run alone. If you want to run far, run together. African proverb. If you don't have the required time, you can buy other people's time. For that, you either need an investment or have a network or relationship to have people work for you. In the early stage of your business, you have to rely on your network or relationships to have people work for you for free or for less amount. Once you start generating some revenue or get an investment, you can hire other people. This is an important point which you need to consider while picking the business model. If you pick a business model that requires you to have a team and you don't have the resources to have a team, you won't be able to grow that business. Chapter 11. Step 5. Resources. Skills. You need manpower to do anything until we reach that time where robots take over. Till that happens, manpower is required. Whether you are going to work on your goals yourself or outsource someone, you will need some sort of skills either way. To understand the importance of skills, look at the graph below. Skill versus business. The graph is mapped out with time against output/return. You can see a graph line for skill and one for business. If you analyze the business line, you will see it has booms and slumps. There are constant ups and downs that basically signify the highs and lows one faces in a business. Also, the gradient is not as steep as the one you see on the skills graph. The skills graph, on the other hand, is steeper and continues to move upwards. There are slight fluctuations, but they aren't just as intense as the ones visible in the business graph. The fluctuations represent a time when you experience some sort of stagnancy in your skill. For instance, once you learned video editing, you did not take it to the advanced level for some time, but once you started honing your skill, the graph kept moving upwards. Now, if you compare the two, you will realize that skills will always outgrow businesses. If you have a certain skill, you can survive and even use that skill to thrive. The ups and downs of your business won't affect you much because you have a personal resource that you can leverage to your advantage. One of my really good friends who is a business mogul often says that when your business is down, your skills will help you in your survival zone. Hence, it is very important to build your skills so that you can grow. Skills have mostly 3 levels. 1. Basic skills. Basic skills: you need to do something. For instance, you can write good essays, so that can be your basic skill. 2. Income skills. These are the skills you can use to earn an income for yourself. If your skill can be monetized, it is an income skill. For instance, if you can use your essay writing skill to make money, it is an income skill. But if that isn't possible, your skill is only a basic level skill, and not an income skill. 3. High income skills. The third level is high income skills. These are the profitable skills capable of bringing you big bucks. If you are a copywriter, you have a good money-making skill. However, if you can only write articles that get sold for a total of $100 to $200 a month, your skill isn't a high-income skill. To make it big in any area and achieve your goals, you need to focus on building high-income skills. It is only when your skills are at an advanced level that you can provide premium value to your clients, and that's when you start getting money in exchange for your skills. If you want to continue your skill in your business, you must move towards high-income skills so you can earn more profit in less time. The questions you need to ponder on are: do you have a skill right now? If not, which skill can you have? Is it a money-making skill? Which skill can you use for high income? Identification of the basic skills to achieve your goals. Which skill you may outsource/hire someone for. From where you can learn that skill. Mostly those people move towards a high-income skill who have developed their interest in that skill or have a passion for it. They have complete research, deep learning, and practice that takes them towards high income. You must identify your skill and path and the requirements for it. If you want to do blogging, then you need content for your blog. Either you write it yourself or have someone write it for you. Either way, without content, you cannot be a blogger. You have to know about all of the skills as we know about the content. Now, the problem is that content is required. But if you cannot write content, you can hire someone for this purpose. If you want to do it yourself, you need to know where you should learn to write and create content. If you want to give graphic services, You have to learn graphic designing skills, and then you will be able to provide people with graphic services through a job or online portal. You can generate income in this way or work for your goal. It is necessary to have skills, or you should be able to acquire other people's skills and they will help you to achieve your goals. If you don't have skills, you are unable to acquire people's skills and you don't have those resources that can help you to move towards goals, your work will stop. That is the worst case scenario, and your aim should be to avoid experiencing that situation. You have now set the goal. Pick the vehicle, find the drive, have the time, know the skills required. It's time to move to the next step of a roadmap framework. Chapter 12. Step 6. Environment. Building the right environment. Your environment is more powerful than your willpower. Unknown. Once you have figured out the time you need and the skills to work on, you can move forward. The third component of the equation is to create an environment conducive to achieving your goals. If you have skills and time, but your environment is not supportive, once again you'll struggle to accomplish your targets. For instance, imagine that you want to do graphic designing. Now, you have skills and time, but there is no electricity to power your laptop to practice the skill and monetize it. What will you do? Let's go a step further and imagine you don't even have an internet connection. You don't have an account or platform. And there are many other factors that obstruct your career growth. This is the example of an unsupportive environment that keeps you from growing. Let's take another example. Athletes in Pakistan aren't given a supportive environment to hone on their skills, so many of them often lag behind international athletes in competitions. On the contrary, countries like America provide their athletes with more resources, opportunities, and a progressive environment to practice and grow, which is why their success rate is much higher than that of the Pakistani athletes. A plant won't grow unless you provide it with water, air, and sunlight. Similarly, unless you have a healthy environment conducive to your growth, you will fall short of accomplishing your goals. You need to pay attention to your surrounding environment to assess whether or not it can assist you in materializing your dreams into reality. There are 4 factors involved in building an environment. 1. Habits. 2. Consistency. 3. Discipline. 4. Achievements. All these 4 factors play a monumental role in structuring a supportive environment that facilitates you in achieving your goals. 1. Habits. From drinking water every day when you wake up to brushing your teeth before going to bed. We are creatures of habits. Our habits define us and structure our lives. Your habits form you, the most integral component in an environment. If you don't have the right set of habits to propel you towards growth, you are likely to always struggle with building a healthy environment and utilizing an already built environment that is supportive. Right now, you need to make a list of all your habits, especially those pertaining to your work. Once you have the list in front of you, segregate the habits into good/positive and bad/negative. Think of the ones that keep you from working dedicatedly and consistently. Next, think of the habits you need to work on and bring in place of the existing unhealthy ones. 2. Consistency. Habits work only when you stay consistent with them. Unless you work on a certain behavior consistently, you won't turn it into a habit. Moreover, consistent efforts yield the results you want. It took Edison 999 tries to come up with one successful invention. Imagine the consistency he showed at that time to stay true to his passion. I understand it's not easy, but it's certainly doable. This is the major difference between a successful person and unsuccessful person. 3. Discipline. Your ability to exercise self-control regularly to do your tasks diligently and effectively while blocking out all sorts of distractions is self-discipline. It is highly crucial to exercise self-discipline if you wish to progress further in your career. Discipline is about saying no to a temptation every single time it pops up your way. For instance, if you have a habit of staying glued to social media for hours daily, you need to practice self-control to close the open social media tabs every time, and not respond to a social media notification on a regular basis. This self-control that you will exercise daily will build your sense of self-discipline. To become disciplined, here are some hacks you can try. Note down all your distractions that eat away at your productivity. Think of why you give in to those temptations, so you figure out the root cause. Do you find your work too difficult or too boring? Do those temptations work as your entertainment? Are they a way to mitigate stress? Knowing these root causes is important so you can create a system to overcome those issues. Once you start working on these areas consistently, you add structure to your life. For instance, if you use social media to relieve your stress nerves during work, you understand that stress is the trigger. To relieve stress, you can keep a cool drink of water with you and sip it every now or then, or practice deep breathing for 2 minutes after working on a task for 40 minutes. Now that you have new, healthier habits to work on, every time you feel stressed, you resort to those habits. Soon, you become more organized that helps you better battle your distractions and build more discipline. So figure out the root cause, and then find healthier ways to manage it effectively. Work on those habits consistently, and you'll notice a newfound sense of self-discipline bubbling inside you. 4. Achievement. As you start building better habits, optimizing your environment more to encourage you, and become more disciplined, you start to better achieve your targets. These achievements serve as fuel that pushes you further. Every time you accomplish an objective, you find the zeal and zest to do even better. Your achievements keep the cycle going, and you keep working on habits, consistency, and discipline. As a result, you continue keeping your environment healthy and supportive enough to facilitate you in your growth. Long term. The next element you have to focus on is the entire time span your goal is spread on. Are you working on it for the long term, or do you just want short-term results? If you are playing for the long term, you will effectively be able to build up those habits. If you want short-term results, then you will not be able to build up habits. Think of the habits you wish to build, and take them as your long-term projects. For example, I wanted to read the Quran with translation so that I could understand it and connect things according to the Holy Quran. But I was not able to do it. I started listening to the Quran recitations with translations in the morning while driving to work. It started gradually and now it has become a part of my habit, and when I don't listen to it, I feel there is a lack of something. Start with one step and gradually you will become consistent and it will become your habit. There are 2 types of environments. 1. Internal environment. 2. External environment. 1. Internal environment includes your health set, mindset, and skill sets. We will discuss more about them in Sets of Life. 2. External environment includes your working environment, your market, weather, and so on. Find out if your environment is supportive to achieve your goals or not. If it is not supportive, find out the ways and solutions that can help you make your environment friendly. Chapter 13. Step 7. Investment. How much investment is required? The next level you need to work on is an investment. There are 2 types of investment: current and future investment. The amount of money you need in the present moment is your current investment, and the funds you'll require after a certain period of time are your future investment. To do any sort of business, you need some investment, which may not always be in the form of money. That is your current investment. Let's say you want to start your blog. Now, if you plan to hire a writer to write the content for you, you'll need some investment. However, if you decide to write it yourself, You won't need financial investment in that case because your time and effort will be the investment. Another important point to note here is that writing is only one part of the investment. Getting a domain, hosting, and web development will cost you. At some point in your career or the goals that you are pursuing, you will need some sort of investment, otherwise your journey may stop. For example, if you're freelancing, you may have started your work with free tools for graphics. To take your career to the next level of growth, you may need to buy premium tools. Buying these tools will give a boost to your career and will also better position you as a professional. Similarly, if we take the example of blogging, you may need money after the first 3 months of starting your blog to further grow it or start another blog. Every business requires some sort of investment in the future. You need to plan for it now if you wish to keep growing bigger and better. But how can you plan for future investments? Here are some ideas to help you out. Think of any investment you may be considering making in the present moment that may not be too worthy, beneficial, or significant for you. Perhaps you are thinking of spending $1,000 on a phone. Well, yes, spending on a phone seems reasonable to you right now, but if you are only going to use it for taking pictures and using social media, you might as well cut back on $300 or $500 and save the remaining aside to invest in your business in the future. Many of us do many meaningless spending every day. You are shopping and feel like munching on crisps even though you just had lunch. You see a beautiful coat that catches your fancy and indulge in some impulse buying. Start to notice such spending so you can have a tighter grip on your unnecessary and impulse buying. Every time you get an urge to buy something not so important, put that money aside for the future. Contemplate on the kind of future investments you will need for your business in the long run, or even after 6 to 10 months. Do you have growth and expansion plans? Have you set something aside for the rainy days? What sort of growth projection do you see? Analyze your investment needs in the future and start to save for your future capital. Also, explore different funding options you can take help from. Perhaps you could take out a bank loan in the future or borrow some money from your family. Write down all these options, weigh their pros and cons, and shortlist a couple of options you may need to experiment with in the future. These are critical decisions and thinking processes by making roadmaps and analyses about them. This is the power of a roadmap that you start building. After that, you know that all of these things may be required. Now you don't have investment, but in the future, you may need them, so you start working on them, and for them right away. Exercise. You need to strategize regarding your finances, and for that, work on the following. Current investment. How much investment do you need to start? Future investment. How much investment you may need in the future. Now, keeping these in mind, figure out how much money you have and can spend on pursuing the online income stream you are interested in. As you learn to better strategize, you also need to work on becoming more accountable. Let's discuss that next. Chapter 14. Step 8. Accountability. Who will make you accountable? Accountability is the glue that ties commitment to the result. Bob Proctor. Accountability is the next aspect you need to work on. If you are not able to make yourself accountable about something, you won't tackle the task with responsibility. Many of us often experience mood fluctuations, discipline issues, interruptions in our work, and the likes. Sometimes, you are in the mood to work, but sometimes you are not. A lack of accountability is the reason all such issues continue to arise. To go far ahead in your career, you need to become accountable to your business and purpose in life. Now, how can you become accountable? Can you make yourself accountable? Accountability is a virtue you can easily inculcate in yourself. Just focus on some important areas, and you'll gradually start building accountability. Analyze your weekly targets and activities objectively. Assess how much of the work you are able to do, tasks that are still work in progress, and those that you haven't started off yet. Next, identify your performance in all of them. Rate yourself in all the tasks, and you will understand how accountable you have been, and how much more effort you need to put in. You can also take the help of a supportive friend for this task. He will serve as your accountability buddy, someone who will keep a constant check on your performance, advise you in areas of improvement, encourage you when your motivation suffers a hit, and help you stay accountable to your tasks and goals. You can also tie your milestones to some sort of reward. On achieving a certain target, treat yourself to something nice. The reward need not be something extravagant every time. A coffee with a friend, a picnic with family, some extra nap time, and treating yourself to some chocolate can do the trick nicely too. For bigger targets, you can have bigger rewards. Make sure to make regular journal entries about your work to track your performance, monitor it, and improvise it accordingly. Systems make you accountable. An important element that plays a role in your accountability is the system. Allah has created a system, a structure in this universe. The sun cannot come before the moon and the day cannot come before night. The universe operates harmoniously because it is following its set system. Like if you do freelancing, the freelancing platforms such as Fiverr, Upwork, etc. will make you accountable. If you don't follow the rules and regulations and not fulfill your commitments, you are likely to face the consequences. That is why most of the people who work for clients outside of these platforms don't perform well and are not able to make themselves accountable to deadlines. But when the same person works for the client on these platforms, they follow all the deadlines and even try their best to satisfy the customers, as they know it will be beneficial for their overall growth on the platform. Similarly, there is a system of accountability too. Some people become more involved and responsible about their work when they receive appreciation. Others work dedicatedly when they have an authority figure looming on their heads. Some people enjoy working in a challenging environment. You need to figure out the system that works best for you, and the one that can bring out that accountability in you. Think about what makes you feel accountable to your tasks. Do you need a platform wherein the platform makes you accountable? Do you work best in teams? Is money your motivator? Is it easier for you to stay accountable when someone else is working alongside you? Jog your memory a bit and think of the last time you worked on a task and executed it successfully. Perhaps you completed an assignment in office, or maybe you achieved your goal of losing 5 pounds in a month. What is it that happened differently in that situation? What made you stay accountable to your goal? Understand that everyone works differently. What works for you may not work for a friend. If a certain friend has been successful in making a decent amount of money via freelancing, maybe that's because he can discipline himself to work remotely. If that does not work for you, and you work best in teams, it is completely okay to accept that. The more you understand and accept yourself, the easier it will be for you to create the right system that can help you grow. Once you identify a couple of factors that can unlock your hidden accountability, try working on them. For instance, if you are able to lose weight or complete an assignment with the help of a buddy or another coworker, try having accountability for your new goals too. Remember, it takes trial and error and experimentation to figure out the right elements that make up just the perfect system for you, so keep trying. To achieve best results fast, record everything you experience. Other people make you accountable. We are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. Jim Rohn. You may have heard the above quote of Jim Rohn. The main component of this quote is that those 5 people are making you accountable directly and indirectly by asking you what have you done so far or how it is going, or sharing their own experience about the particular things, and so on. An important factor in becoming accountable is whether others can make you accountable. Some of us feel accountable to fulfill our goals due to peer pressure. When you are surrounded by others like your friends, public, colleagues, etc. For instance, many people find it hard to stick to a fitness routine and quit the gym after a while. However, when they have a gym buddy, a friend who goes to the gym with them, they become more accountable. Similarly, when they hire a fitness instructor, they find it easier to stick to the routine. Sometimes, our family helps us stay accountable too, because when you know they are dependent on you, or have a desire that you wish to fulfill, you work harder to materialize their wishes. So you need to figure out if people help you become accountable, and if that's the case, you need to use it to your advantage. Figure out what kind of people keep you accountable, or give you that much needed push to accomplish your goals. A coach also works in the same way. He helps you set your goals, and then keeps you accountable to them. Many times, we don't really need a coach to learn something new, but to stick to our goals and become more accountable. We sometimes do know things, but need the extra support that nudges us to achieve our desired goals. You do need to spend some time reflecting on how you become accountable and then bring that factor in the equation. Chapter 15. Step 9. Guide. Who will be your guide? It's good to learn from your mistakes. It's better to learn from other people's mistakes. Warren Buffett. You can achieve your goal by yourself, but for that, you have to go through lots of tests and trials. Have to invest lots of time, energy, and resources to reach your goal, and even then it is not guaranteed that you will achieve it. However, if you have a guide who has gone through that path or knows someone who goes through that path and helps you connect with it, that will be very helpful for you in your roadmap. To understand who you need, either you need a teacher, trainer, consultant, coach, mentor, or leader. We need to understand DICKIWI hierarchy. DICKIWI hierarchy. DICKIWI stands for data, information, knowledge, insight, wisdom, and impact. It is a hierarchy of how data transforms into impact. There is data in the first image, and in data there are circles. After that, there is information in which these circles are colored. Next, those same circles are connected to each other and create knowledge, which means information when properly connected to relevant bits and pieces form knowledge. In the next image, you see 2 circles enlightened, and the image is labeled as insight. This means that only when you use your knowledge to get a better understanding of things, you get insight into them. In the 5th image, a few pathways are alight, and the image is labeled as wisdom. This translates as pieces of insight connecting to one another and making you wiser. Lastly, when you use your wisdom effectively, you are able to create impact. For example, you know that there is a sun. The sun is a data. Now information is that it releases light, and knowledge is that it also provides heat. Insight is that we can make energy through this heat. In wisdom, the question is whether we can make electricity through this energy. Yes, by making solar panels. Solar panels will help you convert energy into electricity. With electricity you can utilize this energy in houses, cars, etc. This is the power of the DICKIWI hierarchy. Sun 2, light 2, heat 2, energy 2, solar panel 2, electricity 2, house, cars. Now let us use this hierarchy to explain a practical example. First, you got some data. You turn it into information by saying you can earn money through digital marketing, blogging, and e-commerce. Knowledge is that graphic designing is used for earning money or through WordPress, and your interest is also in designing in WordPress. Insight is that in designing you can use specific tools that build up your skills. Wisdom is that if you learn a course, then you build up your work. When you learn about that course, you create an impact. Before you don't have skills, now your skills are highly generating and help people. Oftentimes, we are unable to get this clarity on our own. It is difficult to just explore yourself and figure out our true strengths and weaknesses on our own. On the other hand, with a coach who is an expert at helping people better understand themselves, this very task becomes easy. Now the question is, who do you need right now? Download www.roadmapper.com/resources. Who do you need as your guide? There are few levels in a graph. The first level is a teacher. What is the role of a teacher? As we have seen in the hierarchy, a teacher provides data. A teacher would tell you that the sun shines in the day. The next level is that of a trainer. What is the purpose of the trainer? A trainer gives you information and tells you how the sun works. A teacher guides you that an exercise will be good for your health, and the trainer guides you how to do this exercise, the benefits of exercise, and the likes. Moving a step further, you get a consultant who helps you connect the dots. Continuing with the example of physical training, a consultant helps you analyze factors such as the kind of training you need, whether or not the training is according to your body, the kind of workout that will be more effective for you, and the likes. After the consultant comes the role of a coach. A coach gives you insight and guides you about personal development, skill enhancement, and grooming so you become a refined version of yourself and can better achieve your goals. The coach and mentor have a key difference. Coaches focus on improving your performance on the job, as coaching is a more performance-driven thing, whereas mentors focus more on bringing out true personal development in you, because mentors adopt a holistic approach to your growth and career development. Moreover, mentoring is mostly spread on a bigger stretch of time, so it is more of a long-term thing. Personal development is an ongoing process. It carries on with your life. It does not stop after a certain age or time. On the contrary, coaching pertains more to achieving a certain result and improving your performance to achieve that result. Once you accomplish the goal, coaching for that particular objective ends. Hence, it is a short-term venture as compared to mentoring. A mentor's job focuses more on shaping you as a better individual, so you work on your overall personality development and turn into someone who has unlocked his true potential and is capable of doing whatever he wills. As opposed to that, a coach would focus only on bringing about a certain improvement or two that relates to a goal. For instance, if you hire a cricket coach to teach you how to bat, his entire focus would be on teaching you good batting skills. He may ask you to carry out certain exercises, eat a certain diet, and work on certain habits, but all those would directly relate to your ability to bat. In case of a mentor, he would make you focus on building your entire career as a batsman, and would guide you on the right ways to become a better professional that would require you to bring about many lifestyle changes too. A mentor then moves on to becoming a leader, who is someone who creates an impact. Leaders have a vision, and they set out on a path to achieve that vision that usually centers on the well-being and betterment of everyone. Good leaders don't just set out a path for you to follow, but they guide you and help you turn into a guide for others as well. All the guides, instructors, and coaches we come across in our lives are spread out on these 6 levels. You cannot meet any one person who is at all the 6 levels at the same time. Whether you have had a teacher or a coach or a mentor in your life, the truth is you learn something from each one of them. Everyone has a different role, and he helps you in his way. So, you have to know where you stand in your journey. If you are just starting, then you need a teacher who guides you on what online business is. After that, you decide your specific field, then you hire a trainer who will help you build the skill, and after that, a consultant and a coach are required to bring out the best in you. Understand that depending on the level of learning and growth you are on, you will need a different type of guide. However, having a coach or a mentor is quite important in life. A coach pushes you and a mentor helps you understand your purpose in life and then fulfill it. However, the problem with having a mentor is that you cannot always find the right mentor easily, and even if you do, he may be far off and not accessible to you all the time. On the other hand, a coach is someone with whom you can communicate easily. He gives you two-way platforms where he guides you, provides you with tactics and you implement them. After implementation, you discuss it with your coach. To build a powerful roadmap for yourself, you need to find a coach and mentor for yourself so you can build your roadmap in less time and fast-track your growth process. Chapter 16. Step 10. Struggles and challenges. Struggles and challenges you may face. Often, we ignore our struggles along the way that we are likely to experience when we start pursuing our goal. Mostly, when we set a goal, we only think of the good things that are likely to happen. Amidst all the excitement, we ignore the possible challenges that may come our way. Since we don't consider them timely, we don't plan for them, and when they knock on our door, we become demotivated and quite likely will quit our goal midway. How to figure out your challenges. With this book, when you create your roadmap, you'll be able to recognize the struggles that may come your way so you can construct a strategic plan to combat them timely. For instance, if you are planning a road trip, you think of the things that may happen if your car breaks down, or when you are going to refuel your car tank, and then you create a plan accordingly. Similarly, when you set your goal and start building a roadmap, you need to foresee the probable challenges and struggles you may face. How to resolve those struggles. Think of the roadmap you're going to follow and analyze your goal. Considering that, think of the various obstacles that you may face. You can also read stories of people who have gone on similar paths. These people could be your friends, a mentor, or even random people online. Go through their life experiences and learn from them. You will become aware of possible challenges as well as ways to better handle them. For example, if you are going to do blogging, challenges could be whether you will write the content yourself or hire someone for it. What happens if you cannot rank? Would you need some extra help for ranking your blog? What about getting technological help? All these issues are the challenges you will face to understand beforehand. Identify what struggles and challenges you may face in your roadmap before time, and you need to prepare for it. Chapter 17. Step 11. Worst case analysis. What can be the worst case scenario? One of the most critical parts of structuring your roadmap is to understand and foresee the worst case scenario. Once you are done preparing for the roadmap and thinking of achieving your goal, but what about when things go south? What if you achieve more failures or those alone? You need to think of the worst case scenario if you follow your respective roadmap and cannot achieve your goal for any reason. It is the part of life that most of the time things won't appear as we desire. It may be of many reasons, such as we are not up to the level yet. The environment and our circumstances won't support it. It might be that we have to learn some lessons to be able to grow and move to the next stage. Perhaps we have to go through it to find a new path on the way. Probably, we have to get some new friends who will become a partner in our next ventures. So whatever the reason for you not achieving your goal/destination, there will be some positive side in it. There are two ways to move. One is that you won't prepare for it and wait till it happens. And the second option is that you prepare well before time so that when it happens, you have already planned how to utilize that to your advantage. What can be the worst case scenario? Analyzing and planning for the worst case scenario helps you prepare for the setbacks, and also help you strategize to fight for another win. Even if you don't succeed at the first try, you will become aware of the things you don't have to do the next time, and prepare for another way to achieve your goals. For instance, if you start a blog but aren't successful in monetizing it, you still have learned about content writing, SEO, different tools, keyword research, and all that have built and diversified your skill set. These skills help you in finding other ways to earn a living. Your blog may fail, but you have found content writing that is connected with your desire for writing, and that leads you to starting your freelancing career. which may also not grow much, but that leads you to know about copywriting and you developed your skills around it, which later on opens a door into a startup or business, where you got a job and that job's pay you $5,000 a month. Whereas your initial dream was to build a blog and earn $500 per month and later on sold it for $5,000. What will happen if you are not able to reach your destination? Things happen to you for a reason. And you will only understand it once you go through it with patience and do whatever the best you can do in that situation. So never let failure ride your head. Let it be your friend and guide to move towards the next step. Those who take action face the failures and learn to grow. Those who don't take action have nothing to gain. Those who play in the ground have the chance to do the goal, not the ones who are sitting in the stadium. For instance, if I talk about myself, I have done website flipping, affiliate marketing, digital marketing, run the startups, did event management, provide the trainings, worked on SaaS products, invested in software and tools, did coaching and received coaching too, and have done a lot in the field of online businesses in past 15 years. All the skills that I have built are now my assets that won't ever get lost, and will keep providing me with value one way or another. This book roadmap is built on that. Hence, whatever it is that you are doing, even if it doesn't become successful as desired, it will still pay you off if you adopt a positive attitude and know how to use the learning in the worst-case scenario. Think of how you have learned freelancing, lead generation, different online earning media, and the likes. When you adopt a learning and can-do attitude, your growth never stops. Even if one route did not prove to be fruitful for you, you're ready to take on another route and grow better. Say you have $5,000 saved over time and come across an opportunity wherein you invest all your savings. The worst-case scenario in this situation is, what if all your money gets lost? So you'll lose all your investment if the opportunity doesn't work out. On the other hand, for someone who has $50,000 saved and gets the same opportunity, he will invest 10% of his funds, which is $5,000, and even if it gets lost, he won't feel traumatized because he won't lose all his savings. This is the difference between the rich and the poor, because the rich take calculated risks and don't bet on all their funds, while the poor don't think that pragmatically, and if they take 100% risk, they are likely to lose 100% of their funds. The rich never take a blind risk. They analyze situations, and then take calculated risk according to their situation and funds. Whenever you are thinking of investment, analyze the worst-case scenario and put in some portion of your investment and not all your funds. The more you fail when trying to succeed, the more you learn. And it is part of the journey. You understand all the different things you don't have to do, and the things you need to do right. I did it and I am successful. Note: adding this part in the end after completing the book. If I talk about this book, the worst-case scenario will be the book having poor viewership, or the book not selling at all. But to see if that happens, this book must be published. Even if the worst-case scenario happens, I'll look at this entire project as a massive learning opportunity. During the process of writing this book, I became aware of book writing, publishing, contacting vendors, learning about books, understanding how audiobooks work, and how keywords affect the book publishing process. I read and listened to the books which were on my list for years, just to make this book even better, how to get ghost writing done, and much more. So in case the book doesn't work out, your reviews will answer that. Looking forward to reading your reviews. I feel I am already successful because the Yousaf who started this book a few months ago have changed and grown up as this book helped me transform while doing research and writing it. This is what I want for you, and this book will help you build a roadmap that will help you achieve it. Whatever the outcome will be, you will come out as a winner. So, analyze what can be the worst-case scenario and how you will convert that into your success. Chapter 18. Step 12. Sets of life. 7 sets of life. You will be able to reach your goal or destination by completing the above steps of the roadmap. But what if when you reach the top and realize that you have left something behind, or what you were looking for at the top is at the bottom? This does happen sometimes, and when this happens, it will break you inside out. This is where the last segment you need to work on is the sets of life. I came across the sets of life in Robin Sharma's works and found them quite fascinating and helpful. Later, I added a few more sets to it and turned it into the 7 sets of life. When you build your roadmap and align it with these 7 sets of life, you will likely be more satisfied and fulfilled when reached your goal or destination. 1. Religion set. In a religious setting, there are different angles. Muslims will have different boundaries, factors, angles, and principles to consider when exploring their purpose in life and crafting their roadmap as compared to Christians or Hindus. It is important to consider your religion set, or the faith you believe in, when setting out on the journey to set and achieve your goals. Also, if you do not believe in any particular religion, then too you need to specify the factors that affect your goals. Find out what will be your religion sets to work on and keep in mind while building the roadmap. 2. Mindset. The second element is the mindset. The mindset of successful and unsuccessful people is always poles apart. Those who achieve their goals think way different as compared to those who procrastinate and only make castles in the air have a completely different mindset. To become successful, you must build a success mindset and think of how to develop it. The mind works on the data that we provide to it. If you listen and watch the negative content, your mind will start working negatively. If you feed it with positive content, it will flourish like a big tree which will have multiple branches, each having a fruit. What steps you take to protect your mind and nurture it will play a vital role in your roadmap journey. 3. Heart set. The heart set refers to the good and kind deeds we do. Such deeds help us enjoy a personal sense of fulfillment that brings us peace of mind. Naturally, when you feel peaceful and happy at heart, you find it easy to pursue your goals. So you need to ask yourself, what is it that makes your heart swell with happiness, and what are you doing to enjoy that feeling? 4. Health set. What are you doing for your health set? You need to be physically, mentally, and emotionally healthy to achieve your goals. Hence, it is important to pay attention to your health and the different aspects of it. If you don't have good health, then all other things will fail. Sometimes the energy is more important than time. If you have time, but you don't have energy, people who reach their retirement age have time and money, but they don't have energy, so they are unable to do anything. That's why energy is required. How is your health? What are you doing for your health? What are you eating? Many times, you have seen that when you eat junk food the next day, your productivity will be down. You have to work towards building the right health set to achieve your goals. 5. Environment set. We have talked about the environment in detail, so make sure to go through that section in Chapter 12. 6. Family set. Now the next is the family set. How much time are you giving to your family? Allah has made humans such that they stay connected with people. All of these relations are made to motivate a man, and they will help you in your growth and survival. Understand your equation and bond with your family, and how much they influence you. Also, pay attention to their role in motivating you to achieve your goals. Are they supportive? Do you feel more inclined to do something because of your family? These answers will better help you in creating an environment and motivators to help you accomplish your objectives. 7. Skill set. In skill sets, you require different types of skills for your roadmap. There are 2 major types of skills: soft and hard skills. Soft skills encompass skills like communication, behavior, and attitude. Hard skills are your work skills that demand technical knowledge and understanding. A combination of hard and soft skills is required to accomplish your goals. These are the 7 sets of life. You can reach your goals and destinations without them. But if you build your roadmap around these sets of life, You will feel more satisfied and fulfilled when you reach your desired goal/destination. Summary of Section 2. There are 12 steps in the roadmap creation framework. When you follow this, it will make your roadmap powerful and effective. There will be more chances to achieve this goal. Using the 5 Why and 5 Q strategy, figure out your purpose and goal in life. Make sure you have a SMART goal in place. Distinguish between your needs and wants so you know your necessities and then the things you want out of a certain desire. Understand the driver that motivates you to pursue that goal, and the vehicle you plan on taking to achieve it. Also analyze the time you'll need to work on that goal, and whether you have the means to buy other people's time and engage them in your project. There are 3 kinds of skills: basic, income and high-income skills. Figure out the kind of skill set you have right now, and how you need to polish it to take it to the next level. Focus on creating the right environment for yourself that is conducive to productivity and the fulfillment of your goal. Pay attention to your habits, consistency, discipline, and achievements to build the right environment. Figure out what makes you accountable and then use those elements to become more responsible towards your purpose and goal. There are different kinds of guides available. Figure out the kind you need according to the level you are on, and the level you need to reach. Analyze how a teacher, trainer, consultant, coach, mentor, and leader work and figure out what kind of guide you need. Be prepared for the struggles and challenges you're likely to face on the journey, including the worst-case scenario. Plan for them ahead of time so they don't debilitate your confidence much. There are 7 important sets of life: religion, mindset, heart, health, family, environment, and skills. Figure out the set or sets that impact you and your life the most so you use them well to motivate you towards achieving your goal. It is crucial to follow these guidelines to move further towards your goal. Time to give back. You can have everything in life you want, if you will just help other people get what they want. Zig Ziglar. When we help others, in return nature help us. When we give to others, nature rewards us with more. Giving is the most powerful concept that can help you achieve anything in life. If you have read the book so far and got the value out of it, I believe you are also a giver, like me, giving and sharing my learnings and experiences with you. If you are like us, I have an ask for you, or I would say someone in the world is waiting for you. Share what have you got from this book. People judge a book by its cover, its reviews. If you have found this book valuable thus far, would you please take a brief moment right now and leave an honest review about its contents? It will cost you 0 rupees and few seconds. Your review will help one more entrepreneur support his or her family. One more employee find work they find meaningful. One more client experience a transformation they otherwise would never have encountered. One more life change for the better. You can give review at any place you feel comfortable. You can do it on Amazon, Audible, our fan page, Roadmapper, at your social media accounts, at your YouTube channel, at your blog, or whatever the medium suits you. I sincerely hope and pray that your generosity of sharing in the form of the review would come back to you and open many doors for you. Let the wonders happen for you. Maybe you are able to explain some point better, or maybe the example you share in your review connects with someone and he read the book and his/her life may be transformed. Thanks for the honest review and helping our cause of lifting others together. Your biggest supporter. Yousaf. Section 3. Roadmap Speed Boosters. Roadmap speed boosters will amplify your speed and help you reach your destination fast. You can use one or more of them. 1. Burning desire. This refers to the undying passion you have for a certain goal. When you have a burning desire, you are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve a goal. You don't keep any other options open for you because that one thing you are focused on means everything to you. This also prepares you to take on any challenge that comes your way. People who quit midway on a journey often do that because of a lack of burning desire. For instance, someone who has had a heart attack once would have the burning desire to prevent it and will live healthy, so he avoids having a cardiac arrest. For that person, his health would become everything for him because only if he stays healthy, he will live. In order to live, he will leave all the unhealthy activities, things and habits he once had, and practice a healthy lifestyle instead. You can create your burning desire artificially too. This is usually done by creating an external pressure for yourself. For instance, you want to invest in real estate, but short of $50,000, you take out a loan and put an extra pressure on yourself. It will be more of a burden for you and will indirectly create an inner desire in you to work hard to repay the loan. To do that, either you will increase your income or lower down your expenses. Either way, you got to work. If you hadn't taken a loan, you would not really feel that pressure and accountability to earn $50,000 extra. Now, I want you to do something. Think of what your burning desire is. If you have a set goal in mind, why is it that you want to passionately follow through with it? If you don't have a burning desire yet, think of how you can create a burning desire for yourself. 2. Unfair advantage. An unfair advantage refers to the added advantage you have in a certain situation over another person. All of us have one or the other unfair advantage in the situation we are in, and leveraging it is very crucial to leap towards our goal. For instance, the high dollar rate gives Pakistanis an unfair advantage. The expenses are less as compared to those living in the US, hence $500 would be of more worth to them than someone living and earning in the US. Similarly, if you live in Lahore, or another metropolitan city of Pakistan, you are likely to have access to better infrastructure including electricity, internet connection and the likes as compared to someone living in a remote area or village. You will find it easy to explore ways to earn online as compared to someone else who doesn't have a computer or internet access. Let's see the unfair advantage from another angle. Someone who did his MBA from a prestigious university has an unfair advantage over another individual who did his MBA from any other local university. The former would have a better chance at bagging a job as compared to the latter. Oftentimes, those who lack an unfair advantage feel envious of those who do have it. The truth is, having an unfair advantage is never a bad thing. All of us have it in one or the other way. We just need to find it out and play it to our strengths. For instance, your friend may not have studied in an A-list school like you do, but he, as being from a remote village, may get into a good college based on the quota system and reserved seats for certain areas. That's his unfair advantage over you. On the other hand, you may have excellent communication skills that help you do well in interviews unlike him, and that's your unfair advantage over him. Take some time to reflect on the different factors that can be your unfair advantage. Perhaps you have a degree in a subject that can be monetized. Maybe you already have worked under the guidance of someone who can help launch your online career. What about the savings you have that can be used as an investment for your blogging career? Keeping in mind your goal, think of the unfair advantages you have, but have been ignoring so far. Write them down, and ponder on how you can utilize them to give your career a good jumpstart. 3. Power of 4X. The power of 4X refers to having 4 extremely important people in your circle: mentor, coach, peer, and follower. You need to surround yourself with these 4 kinds of people to help you better achieve your goal. Now let us look at how all these 4 people impact you. A mentor is someone who has already achieved the goal you wish to achieve, or something on the same lines. Having a mentor is crucial because he can guide you in detail about the ins and outs of the route you're taking, can educate you about the right path, and inform you of the roadblocks you must avoid along with tips on how to do so. Having a coach is crucial because he can guide you and helps bring out the best version in you. So, a coach polishes you and helps you do the needful to achieve your desired goal. A peer is someone at your stage and can keep you accountable. The more accountable you are towards your goal, the better you will follow through with your roadmap. Followers are people who look up to you. Having followers is important because your followers and fans inspire you to do even better. Plus, they look at you to learn, so when you teach them, you grow better. Together, with these 4 people, you can create the right ecosystem of growth for yourself. All these 4 types of people have more or less the same goal as yours and keep you accountable towards it. For instance, if you are a WordPress developer, your mentor would probably be someone who is considered to be an expert in the world of WordPress development and freelancing. Your coach would probably be someone who is working in the field of WordPress and is ready to guide you about how to do well in it. He may not yet have achieved as much fame as the mentor, but has enough skill and knowledge to guide you. Your peer would be someone who has just ventured into the field of WordPress and is trying to strive to make a career out of it like you. Your followers could be BScs students of the first or second semester in your college who too want to do freelancing as a WordPress developer and seek guidance from you. Asterisk beware. Sometimes, it so happens that you stumble a lot and are unable to achieve your target not because you don't have a coach or a mentor, but because you have too many of them. Remember the old age adage, too many cooks spoil the broth. Well, that holds true in this scenario too. When you have too many coaches, for instance, you are likely to get confused by the barrage of advice and strategies that come your way. Naturally, when you are too confused, you meet dead ends too often, and unfortunately never reach the desired destination. Hence, the key to tactfully exploit the power of 4x is to have one mentor and coach, a couple of peers, and a handful of followers. Having too many followers is great, but not if they require you to teach them on a one-on-one basis, because in that case, you will not have enough time to work on your plan. However, if you are a teacher in a college, that's a different scenario. Now that you have analyzed the importance of the power of 4x, you need to see whether or not you have these 4 people in your life. Perhaps, you may have realized who your peer is, and you may even have a follower, but still lack a coach or a mentor. Maybe, you have a mentor, but fall short in finding the other 3 people in your social circle. It is okay in every case, even if you don't have these 4 kinds of people in your circle right away. But the goal should be to find these people and surround yourself with them. So assess your social circle, and see if there are people who can fall in any of these categories, and then check if they serve the necessary purpose. If not, you need to keep looking for a coach, mentor, peers, and followers. If you need a business coach who can help you build your roadmap and guide you in implementing the roadmap to achieve success in your business, you can connect with me at https://www.roadmapper.com/coaching. 4. Opportunity potential. During your journey, you will come across many experiences. Some of them will be clear and direct opportunities, whereas some will have the potential of being an opportunity. The former will be evident to you while the latter will be in disguise. You need to inculcate in yourself the ability to analyze the different opportunities that come your way. Analyzing them is crucial because only when you identify the right opportunity at the right time, you can exploit it the right way. You may not know the full potential of an opportunity until you grasp hold of it. Perhaps, you are offered to teach freelancing pro bono to a group of 20,000 plus newbie freelancers. You feel like taking the option but are worried about how much time it will consume. However, if you analyze this opportunity tactfully, you will realize that the exposure to such a large community will increase your fan following, help you practice what you already know, hone your skill more, and also attract more clientele. When analyzing opportunities, do keep in mind its scope. Is it something that promises a big return, but is short-lived? Or is it something that doesn't look too promising right away, but can become huge in the long run? Sometimes, You need to utilize a short-term opportunity even if it's transitory because it has the possibility of giving you a decent jumpstart. On the other hand, some short-term opportunities only look glamorous, but aren't fruitful really. The same holds true for long-term opportunities. Take your time in assessing the potential an opportunity holds. Once again, a coach will be helpful in making that assessment with you. 5. Stay on the road. Possibly you are thinking how staying on the road, aka sticking to your chosen path, is a booster. First, let me describe what staying on the road truly means. When you start pursuing any goal, you are likely to come across some obstacles, some shortcuts, some detours, and some dead ends or U-turns. Now what happens mostly is that we feel demotivated in the instance of obstacles. We feel there isn't a way out and our path is blocked, so we are likely to give up. When we see shortcuts and detours, we jump to choose them because they seem like an easy option. Instead, you need to focus on the road you are traveling. You may see shortcuts and be tempted to see them, but these shortcuts are often misleading. Shortcuts are usually diversions. Staying on the road means you stick to the path you started on. Instead of giving up, losing hope, quitting midway, and feeling demotivated, you keep moving on the chosen road. However, it is very important that you analyze the situation, the problem at hand, and stick to the road you have picked even if it is long and full of hurdles. If you have clarity on the path, it will lead you to the end destination. Hence, picking the right path in the beginning is paramount to your success. If you have clarity on your end destination, and choose the path accordingly, you must stick to it. It may be long, twisted, and even difficult, but it will eventually lead you to your desired goal. Right here, visualize the goal you wish to achieve and then think of the path you wish to take. Do you get an answer as to what road you should choose? Is it clear or blur? Write down your findings and keep building on them till you can see a clear path that you can stick to for the long haul. 6. Focus on one. The ability to focus on one thing instead of trying to do too many things at once is a huge gift. Some people naturally have that talent, while others have to work on themselves to build this particular habit. It is considered an important speed booster because your focus determines what you do and who you become. With a divided sense of focus, you aren't able to give any one task your 100% effort. Naturally, if you are working with 20% focus, attention, and energy on 5 tasks at a time, the results will be around 10 to 20% too, sometimes even less, because your energy will deplete too soon. You cannot expect even 50% results, let alone 100%, by only investing 20% of your focus to a task. Now imagine how the scenario will instantly change if you were to give your complete, 100%, undivided attention to the most important task on your to-do list. Obviously, the results will be nothing short of great because you are fully focused on it. The more you are focused, the less likely you are to make mistakes, and the higher will be your productivity. That's how focusing on one thing boosts your progress while following your roadmap. When you start your roadmap journey, you need to focus on one path at a time. Often people pick a path and then start multiple things. For instance, you start an agency, but you also start your own branding, freelancing. These are all related, but when you focus on multiple things, your energy gets divided and you are unable to focus on one goal and achieve it. Now what you need to do right now is to think if you are focusing on any one thing right now. It could be anything: your job, your side hustle, or anything else. If the answer is no, you need to ponder on the reason behind this divided attention. Why are you so distracted? Keep digging into the matter till you reach the root cause and figure out what's bothering you. Once you have an answer, or even a cluster of answers, you'll realize how your focus has been so scattered. At this point, I want you to think of the goal you wish to achieve. Keep it in view and tell yourself that you will focus on it and it alone. Do that daily, and gradually focusing on the one thing will become easier for you. Focus comes from clarity. 7. Difficulty level. Dream big, they say, because it is only when you dream big that you're able to manifest those dreams. I completely agree with this notion. That said, when it comes to choosing a goal and a path, you need to analyze its difficulty level. Every goal has a different difficulty level, and you may not always be at the point to adjust to that level. Let me make this clearer with an example. For a minute, think you are just launching yourself as a marketing coach who offers digital marketing online. Right now, you are on a stage where you are just starting out with your new venture. If you wish to acquire an existing online marketing company, it will be highly difficult and nearly impossible for you to do so. The difficulty level of this particular path will be too high for you, probably 90 on a scale of 1 to 100, with 100 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. You probably won't have enough investment to acquire, will also be lacking the leadership skills to manage a big team, and may not have enough wins to your credit to convince the other company to trust you. If you don't get the acquisition, you are likely to feel demotivated and quit your goal altogether. This explains why most people quit their goals midway, because they choose a difficulty level they are not ready for yet. It is good to challenge yourself, but too many challenges too early on in the journey tend to be overwhelming and scary. Hence, always choose a difficulty level you can adjust to easily. As you progress along the way, you can increase the difficulty level. While it is important not to pick a very tough level, it is equally important not to go too easy on yourself as well. The instant you go too easy, you get comfortable, and once you enter your comfort zone, your growth instantly stops. What to do then? Pick a moderately difficult level so you neither get too comfortable nor too scared. Considering the path you are on right now, or the path you wish to pick, assess its difficulty level. Is it doable for you? Or is it too easy? Or perhaps way too tough? Can you do it, or do you think it is too scary for you to dip your toes into? 8. Scalability. Similar to the difficulty level, scalability is another roadmap booster that can do wonders to your overall growth. It refers to the ability to grow over a certain time period. Certain paths and ideas are scalable while others may not have a high growth potential. In order to accelerate your momentum on your roadmap journey, you must look for scalable options. Scalable options are quite promising. When you see yourself growing 2x than the growth projection you had in mind, your motivation automatically increases. This is how scalability boosts your progress. In order to leverage its power, you need to choose scalable options. If something isn't scalable, it may not fulfill your desired goals. For instance, a building can only handle 2 stories, but if you build a plaza on it, it may fall and create a setback. Similarly, you need to figure out a scalable path for you, and then stick to it. Now you need to assess whether or not your desired pathway has the potential to scale up. Can you see yourself growing 5x or 10x in another 5 years while sticking to that path? If yes, what is the particular element in it that makes it scalable? If the answer is no, why are you still on it? 9. Power of unknown. This is one of the core fundamental principles of making your roadmap work. Before explaining that, I want you to think about the faith you have in Almighty Allah. You cannot see Him, but you can feel His presence inside your heart. You know He is always looking out for you. And when you make a prayer, you feel that innate connection with Him. When you leave everything on Him and beseech Him for help, you know everything will eventually work out. Right. This is the power of the unknown. This is the power of faith. And this is the power that keeps you going even in the toughest of times. This is exactly what the power of the unknown means. You have faith in Allah because you know He can do it all. You trust Him with all your heart, and this trust keeps you moving. In the same manner, you need to believe in the power of the roadmap you'll structure. Belief is one of the strongest emotions in the universe. When you truly believe in something, you know it will happen. Similarly, you need to believe that your roadmap will work, and it will take you towards your desired goal. I understand that sometimes it is tough to believe in things you cannot see. You can't see your dreams coming to reality yet, so it is difficult to believe in them. This is where you have to use the power of imagination and picture yourself achieving your goals using your roadmap. You cannot know everything beforehand. But if you follow your roadmap effectively, you can start your journey. If you keep waiting for the time when you'll know everything, believe me, you'll never get started. That's not what you want, right? In that case, you need to have faith in the roadmap and go on. For that, I want you to ask yourself if you truly believe in yourself, your capabilities, and your potential. Do you? Because only when you believe that you can do whatever it is that you want, that you will have the strength to believe in your roadmap and the power of the unknown. 10. Flow with the market. Ever observed water flowing in a stream? It keeps on moving despite all the rocks that come its way. Even if the stream is on a terrain, it makes its way and flows on. It somehow finds its way even when there is no specific path to flow on. Flowing with the market is almost the same, and if you inculcate this ability in yourself, you will certainly boost your progress manifold. Basically, this means you need to adapt to the industry you are in along with all its trends and happenings. For instance, if you are into marketing, and you notice how digital marketing is trending, you could start learning about digital marketing and start providing digital marketing services. The ability to flow with the market gives you an edge over your competitors. Instead of moving side by side with them, you stay one step ahead, which ultimately gives you an upper hand over them. Analyze your roadmap and see if the goal/destination you want to achieve is aligned with the market flow or not. If it's aligned with the market flow, you will reach your desired destination fast. 11. Emotions versus action. Many entrepreneurs don't handle their emotions well. In any intense situation, they find themselves giving into the impulse urges. In fact, this holds true for all of us. We find it easy to lose our temper in a traffic jam instead of staying calm and finding a way out of the packed road. Every time an unexpected, extra pressure comes our way, we give into the problem instead of looking for ways to fix it. The truth is, reacting emotionally never gets you too far on the road. The same applies to the corporate world. Businesses are not built on emotions. They are built on taking the right actions. Instead of being emotional, you need to focus on taking meaningful and powerful action. Imagine a scenario for a few moments. Think that you are running a successful blog, but after a recent Google update, you find its rankings dropping really low. You start losing on the traffic you built over the past year. This tense situation worries you. Now that you are in hot water, you become impatient and may stop regular posting altogether. This is an emotional reaction. While it may be easy to act this way, this emotional reaction won't solve your problems. On the contrary, if you respond to the situation by carefully analyzing the recent update and create an action plan to overcome the setback, you are quite likely to get your website back in the game. Your rankings will slowly improve, and your lost traffic will return. This is how responding to the situation and taking careful and well-structured action changes the game for you. What you need to do right now is to analyze if you work on emotions or actions. Think of any difficult situation you were once in, and how you handled it. Were you emotionally charged at that time, and gave in to an impulse urge? Or were you focused on mitigating the issue, and had a powerful action plan in hand to handle it? Yes, one cannot make an action plan right away. But even if you did not react to the situation and took a moment to think of how you could resolve the mess, that in itself is taking a meaningful action. Analyze your current go-to mechanism in difficult times and then create a series of actionable steps for your roadmap. 12. Sunk cost. The sunk cost is the cost you'll have to bear if something does not go well. There will be some investments that won't really yield any ROI. You need to analyze where to invest and where not to. If you are thinking of following a certain online career path, identify the sunk cost associated with it. Is it worth an investment or not? For that, it is important to conduct a thorough market analysis related to that field. Knowing the sunk cost attached with a certain field/pathway is important because it can help you save a great deal of time, investment, and energy. If you have analyzed the sunk cost of a career path and know it won't bear you any fruit in the long run, you'll know that you need to let go of it and find a better substitute. This happens mostly when you are stuck in your business and unable to move forward. Analyze the activities you are doing and find out if you are incurring sunk cost or not. 13. Compounding. Compounding refers to something growing bigger and better over time. If something has the ability to compound over time, it is likely to yield great results for you. One thing becomes 2x, then 4x, and so on. For instance, if you are a successful freelancer who is earning over $2,000 a month, you could now start teaching people. This creates a compounding effect for you because you get good word of mouth, are likely to get clients, build social networks, and so on. In the same manner, you need to find out the things in your roadmap that can produce a compounding effect, things that yield more results. Compounding elements may not be everywhere, but wherever you can find it, go ahead for it. Right now, assess the pathway you have in mind, and try to locate any activity or task in it that could produce a compounding effect for you. 14. Timing. The timing of your activities and initiatives plays a very crucial role in determining their success. For instance, starting a restaurant in the northern areas of Pakistan right now may not be very profitable since the areas are affected due to heaving flooding. Let's take another example. COVID-19 brought forth a very crucial time for the entire world. Many businesses collapsed and ended completely in that time. However, the concept of home chefs spread like wildfire in that time. People still needed to eat, and Foodpanda saw COVID-19 as an opportunity in disguise. It provided a good opportunity for home chefs and gave them many incentives that encouraged them to sell their food via Foodpanda. Home chefs knew that the particular time was a good point to start their career, and that's how many of them achieved great success. Following suit of that, you too need to see whether or not you are venturing into a certain field at the right time. No, I am not saying you need to wait for the perfect time to do something, because perfect timing is a myth. However, you do need to analyze the market and see if its current trends will support your venture. Conduct a thorough market analysis in reference to the online career you are interested in. See if the timing right now is favorable for your venture. 15. Collaboration/collaborate. Collaboration refers to joining hands with others instead of doing everything in your own silo. Collaboration creates synergy that has immense power. Remember the story of how an old man takes a bunch of sticks and shows his son how that bunch is unbreakable as compared to a single stick. When he hands his son a single stick, he can easily break it. However, when he gives him a bunch of sticks, he cannot break them at all. He then goes on to explain to his son the power of unity and joining forces with the right sort. You need to start doing the same. Instead of seeing your competitors as competition, see them as collaborators. Try to join hands with them and leverage their strengths and provide them with some benefits. This exchange of benefits will yield humongous growth for all of you. Keeping in view your roadmap and career pathway, think of the different individuals and organizations you can join forces with and enter into powerful collaborations with. 16th. Leverage. Leveraging is similar to collaboration to a certain extent. However, it also encompasses figuring out the factors that you can leverage, such as finances, HR, technical stuff, etc. In any given situation, there are certain things you can leverage on. For instance, if you are going out for groceries and the electrician is on the same route, you could drop by and have him fix your iron that has been broken for weeks. Instead of doing it separately at another time, you leverage the fact that both the supermarket and the electrician are on the same route. and get both tasks done on your way. Similarly, if you run a digital marketing agency and get an opportunity to teach in an academic institution, you could leverage that opportunity by taking that offer. Think of how you can spread the word about your digital marketing company among your potential students and may end up finding good resources for your firm. Plus, you will also indirectly market your company and increase its fan following in the market. Moreover, you may meet part-time professors who are also entrepreneurs and seeking good digital marketing agencies for their brands. As a result, you may find some great clients. To cut the story short, there is always one or the other thing that you can leverage in every situation. Now the question arises: have you figured out what you need to leverage in your situation? And if yes, how are you leveraging it? 17. Community and network. In Islam, the concept of community is extremely strong. Muslims are encouraged to pray together as a unit in the mosque so they get a chance to talk to one another, know each other's problems, and help each other in the test of time. Likewise, having a community around you and by your side can help you immensely in your career. If you are a social media marketer, think of how much you can grow if you publicize the word about your work directly or indirectly in a community of around 10,000 people. You may be aware of the group Eat Sleep Repeat on Facebook. Anytime a member of the community visits a restaurant, he posts it there, and that's how other members learn of good restaurants. Marketers of restaurants see this as an opportunity to grow and create positive word of mouth in the group so more people visit their restaurant. You too need to find a community or a group of communities you can leverage. Instead of starting a new community afresh, you can create the buzz about your work in an already established and grown community. However, when it comes to growing in a community and leveraging its power, you need to first provide value to its members. So if you want people in a Facebook group to follow you and visit your website, you need to first provide them with valuable tips and tricks pertaining to freelancing, or whatever it is that you do. Right now, think of the existing communities on social media and the internet that you can exploit. If you don't know of any yet, research on them. 18. Second-order consequence. It is an important factor to understand that can really boost your speed while following your roadmap. You need to think of what consequences, side benefits or advantages that can come out of a decision when making it and tie it with increasing your speed on your roadmap journey. Let me explain it better with an example. For example, you have $1,000 and want to spend it on something. You decide to buy a TV or LCD for $1,000. Its second-order consequence is that you bought a TV and now you will watch for entertainment that wastes your time. On the other hand, if you buy a laptop with these $1,000, then you will be able to watch something useful like watching an informative tutorial and can use it to start your freelancing journey and start your side hustle. If your roadmap is about freelancing, the second-order consequence of buying a laptop is more beneficial and supportive for your roadmap as compared to buying a TV. If you think about second-order consequences, then you will be different in making your decisions. So whatever it is that you are deciding, be it related to your habits or roadmap, keep its second-order consequence in mind and make the decision accordingly. Your goal should be to boost your speed, and that happens best when the second-order consequence of your decision is harmonious with your roadmap and goal. Summary of Section 3. Roadmap speed boosters will amplify your speed and help you reach your destination fast. A burning desire is the undying passion you have for a certain goal. When you have a burning desire, you are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve a goal. An unfair advantage refers to the added advantage you have in a certain situation over another person. All of us have one or the other unfair advantage in the situation we are in, and leveraging it is very crucial in order to leap toward our goal. The power of 4x refers to having 4 extremely important people in your circle: mentor, coach, peer, and follower. You need to surround yourself with these 4 kinds of people to help you better achieve your goal. During your journey, you will come across many experiences. Some of them will be clear and direct opportunities, whereas some will have the potential of being an opportunity. Staying on the road means you stick to the path you started on. Instead of giving up, losing hope, quitting midway, and feeling demotivated, you keep moving on the chosen road. The ability to focus on one thing instead of trying to do too many things at once is a huge gift. When you start your roadmap journey, you need to focus on one path at a time. Analyze the difficulty level of the path you're stepping on. It is good to challenge yourself, but too many challenges too early on in the journey tend to be overwhelming and scary. Hence, always choose a difficulty level you can adjust to easily. Similar refers to the ability to grow over a certain time period. Certain paths and ideas are scalable while others may not have a high growth potential. In order to accelerate your momentum on your roadmap journey, you must look for scalable options. The power of unknown is one of the core fundamental principles of making your roadmap work. You need to believe in the power of the roadmap you'll structure. Belief is one of the strongest emotions in the universe. When you truly believe in something, you know it will happen. Similarly, you need to believe that your roadmap will work, and that it will take you toward your desired goal. Flowing with the market is another speed booster, and if you inculcate this ability in yourself, you will certainly boost your progress manifold. Basically, this means you need to adapt to the industry you are in along with all its trends and happenings. Analyze if you react to emotions, or are you focused on the action, because for you to succeed in achieving your goal, you need to do the latter. This also boosts your progress and hence is an important speed booster. The sunk cost is the cost you'll have to bear if something does not go well. There will be some investments that won't really yield any ROI. You need to analyze where to invest and where not to. Compounding refers to something growing bigger and better over time. If something has the ability to compound over time, it is likely to yield great results for you. The timing of your activities and initiatives plays a very crucial role in determining their success. Make sure to assess the timing of your initiatives to plan them well. Collaboration refers to joining hands with others instead of doing everything in your own silo. Collaboration creates a synergy that has immense power. Leveraging is similar to collaboration to a certain extent. However, it also encompasses figuring out the factors that you can leverage, such as finances, HR, technical stuff, etc. You too need to find a community or a group of communities you can leverage. Instead of starting a new community afresh, you can create buzz about your work in an already established and grown community. You need to think of what consequences, side benefits, or advantages can come out of a decision when making it, and tie it with increasing your speed on your roadmap journey. This is known as the second-order consequence and is an important factor to assess in order to boost your speed along the journey. Find out how many of these boosters can you currently make use of or utilize along the journey to escalate your progress. Section 4. Roadmap Implementation Stages. Roadmap Framework Implementation Overview. Should I add this part to this book or not? This is the question that I was wondering about for many months. Because I know that implementation is the hardest part. That is why before writing this book I was working on building a roadmap platform. I did the research, created the platform wireframe, and did some surveys with the potential users of the platform before building it. While doing the survey, I came to know that most of the people are not aware of the importance of roadmap, such as: what is a roadmap? How does it work? How can they implement it in their business or life? Why would someone come to your platform? Who are you to teach about roadmap? That gave birth to the idea of writing this book. Hopefully this book serves the purpose, And you will be able to get the value out of it and understand the importance of roadmap and will be able to use it in your life and business. So, with your support, we will be able to build the roadmap platform that will serve you better in achieving your goals. You can find more details about the roadmap platform at www.roadmapper.com/platform. Minimum Viable Roadmap, MVR. Roadmap framework implementation has 6 stages one has to go through in order to grow bigger and better, and achieve complete financial independence. We have created a minimum viable roadmap, MVR, for each stage, where we will discuss the core action you need to take at each step of a roadmap. It includes 1. Help stage, 2. Build stage, 3. Grow stage, 4. Scale stage, 5. Exit stage, 6. Owner stage. Let's see how roadmap framework is implemented on each stage. 1. Help stage. How to go from 0 to 5 figures. Income is less than expenses. Core focus on skill building and selling the skill. This is the very first stage of the process and one that all of us go through and must go through. This stage is usually spread over 1 to 2 years in terms of an online career. At this stage, people have low incomes, and their expenses surpass their current income. The characteristics of people at this stage include the following. More time at hand. Since most people at this stage are barely earning, they have more free time at their disposal. Little to no skill. Since people at this stage are barely starting out with earning, they don't have any skill really. Few good habits. Discipline is amiss in the lives of these people as they still have to figure out what they need to do to make things meet. Along with that, there are mostly many good habits they need to work on. Low accountability. Naturally, as they don't have a sense of purpose and goal, the accountability level is quite low as well. Little to no experience. As the majority of people at this stage haven't done any job or business really, they don't have much experience in that area. Those at this stage can be divided into 2 categories: people with low income and those with no income, people with no income. The major chunk of people at this stage are those who have yet to get a job but have family support. If you belong to this category, you need to start finding some sort of medium to earn a living. At this stage, your driver is survival, and mostly the vehicle you use or can use to drive yourself towards survival is doing a job. Freelancing too is a good option. If some sort of funds can be arranged, maybe doing a small-scale business is possible. The goal is to start earning something, be it just $50 or $100, because delaying this process more will only increase your expenses and burden. So whatever opportunity you get to keep your kitchen running, go for it. Moreover, you should also focus on getting some sort of skill that can be monetized. Since you are just starting on your journey to earn an income, you have time to learn a skill. Focus on learning a hard skill at this point, such as graphic designing, video editing, bookkeeping, and the likes. Doing a short course is a beneficial option at this point. If your family is supporting you and providing you with basic necessities such as food, shelter, clothing, etc., you have the ease to enroll in a course that can help you learn a skill. Understand that this support won't be forever. It is more like a golden opportunity at this time that you should leverage. You are still at the survival stage because you cannot be dependent on your family or whoever is supporting you for good. Earning money isn't a want for you right now, but more of a need. Moreover, if you are a student, concentrate well on your studies and make good use of this time so you can build a career with ease. You need to be accountable to yourself because, at this stage, you need to pick up yourself and move. Accountability can also be induced with the help of a friend, a family member, or a teacher, so figure out who or what can make you accountable and use that factor to become more responsible. The guides you need at this stage are a teacher and a trainer because you need to learn things at this stage. People with less income. If you are at this stage, your income is less, and expenses are more than what you earn. You are likely to have some sort of experience, and probably a basic level skill. Your goal should be to increase your income so you can meet all your current expenses. The core focus should be on finding out how to generate more income and learning new and high income skills in the time you get after your job or whatever it is that you're doing to earn an income. Also, before doing that, find ways to earn more through your current profession. Perhaps, work for a promotion in your job. If you are running a business, maybe work on another product or venture into a new market. Make your income and expenses sheet. Conduct a detailed comparison between the two, and look for ways to cut back on some expenses so you can start saving money. You can also take some training, learn better skills and advance towards a better salary in your job. Or if you're doing your business, you can hire a business developer to get more clients. There are different things you need to try to see how to increase your income in your current profession. Next, think of how you can utilize your extra time left from that profession and do some side hustle. Find out how your experience can help you amplify your income. Work on your side hustle using that angle. Probably, you'll need to learn a new skill and work on learning and practicing it. You need a teacher and trainer at this stage. If you work well on this stage, you can move from the help stage and go to the build stage. At this stage, you just have to get started. It is only when you do something, you can figure out whether or not this is the right skill/path for you. Just think of if that thing can give you money or not. If you think you should do Baikia or become an Uber driver, just do it. 2. Build stage. How to go from 5 figures to 6 figures. Income is equal to or greater than expenses. Core focus on team, system, and process building with a long-term approach. This is the second stage one advances after he grows from the help stage. This stage is usually spread over 3 to 4 years. The characteristics of people at this stage include: income is equal to expenses. Since you are earning better than before, you can meet your expenses. In some instances, your income may be a little more than your expenses. The people at this stage have their necessities covered and now want to do a bit more to earn better. Some skill set. Since people at this stage are earning income, it is probably due to a job or a business, or some sort of online medium. They have some skills. Some good habits. Similarly, they have some good habits too, such as waking up on time, working at certain hours, blocking distractions, etc. Some experience. Due to working professionally, people at this stage have some experience. Are accountable. Accountability also starts pouring into their lives since they work and have to do it consistently to make ends meet. However, the accountability level is yet to bloom more. Urge to earn more. They wish to earn between $1,000 and $10,000. If you are at this stage, you can relate to the character sketch drawn above. Since your goal is to grow your income, you need to focus on finding an extra way of increasing your finances. Also, you have some time on your hands to do a side hustle. Your driver again at this stage is money, and the vehicle can be freelancing, blogging, etc. Most of the people here are solopreneurs. Your focus should be on developing top-notch communication skills, soft skills, and the art of delegating work to others in terms of hard skills. Also, you should invest 70 to 80% of your time in your side hustle or even your main source of income, especially if you are self-employed and outsource people to do 30% work. For instance, if you have been graphic designing for the past 2 to 3 years, and have made some clients, you can now hire a resource on a part-time, full-time, or contractual basis, and delegate about 30 to 50% of your work to him/her. You need to build the habit of delegating tasks to others, regular work communication and correspondence with your resources, and following up with him about work. At this stage, your team keeps you accountable. To grow further, you need a consultant or coach at this point. Remember, you are at the build stage, so you need to build up something that gives you good ROI and helps compound your income in the future. 3. Grow stage. How to go from 6 figures to 7 figures. Income in GT. Expenses. Core focus on management. This is the third stage of the process. People at this stage are able to manage their expenses quite well and have an income that is around 40% more than their expenses. To reach this stage, you need about 3 to 5 years. Let us look at the characteristics of people at this stage. Less time. People at this stage are fully invested in their career, which can be a job or a business, or a combination of both, so naturally, they have less time to spare for anything else. High income skill. They have a high income skill that they are monetizing to earn their living, which is why they are able to generate 40% more income than their current expenses. Great set of habits. Man is a creature of habits, and his habits are what make or break his life. People at this stage have been successful in achieving many of their professional goals because of their healthy habits, which in most cases include rising and sleeping early. Journaling, planning, exercising, eating healthy, organizing their life, delegating tasks, etc. Have a structured accountability system. People in this stage are responsible and take full charge of their life. Their accountability is what helps them grow bigger and better. Have great experience. Since people at this stage are working for the past 3 to 5 years, they are bound to have considerable experience. At this stage, your goal is to climb further on the success ladder. Your driver is still money at this point, accompanied by fame and success. Your vehicle can be some sort of online business, since this book is focused on that. Ideally, you should use 50% of your time working on your tasks and make your team work on 50% of the tasks. You need to work on your management and leadership and communication skills at this stage the most. Moreover, you need to work on following the A-player hiring strategy. There are 3 main levels when it comes to resources: A, B, and C. The C-level player is someone who doesn't do well in his work. He will barely follow the instructions and get the job done. The B player follows the instructions well and completes the task just as instructed. However, he too does not bring anything more to the table. On the other hand, the A-level player is the star of the show. He is someone who will always go the extra mile and give you polished work without you asking for it or without wanting any reward. His reward is intrinsic motivation, and it's in his nature to give refined work. Your goal to grow more prosperous should be to hire A-level players. They will be the ones who will help scale your business, because they will always bring more to the table and supply your business with the necessary fuel it needs to succeed. But remember to hire A-level players. You need to first become an A-level player. Because if you aren't at that level yet, the A-level players that you hire will somehow threaten you. This is the reason a B-level player always hires a C-level player to work for him, because he knows an A-level player will intimidate him, and a B player will be at the same level and it won't be possible to be an authority figure for him. Similarly, a C-level player will look for a player below his level. The case is slightly different for an A-level player because he is at the point where he isn't threatened. A-level players look at the world differently. They want to leave their legacy behind and create more leaders to help others, which is why they are comfortable hiring A-level players. So your goal should be to look for a players. You need a coach and mentors at this stage. In growth, you look for new resources, systems, and processes, and for all of that your investment increases, and your revenue is supposed to increase. 4. Scale stage. How to increase profit. Core focus on profit. This is the 4th stage of the process, and it takes people around 4 to 6 years to reach it. People at this stage have an income that is around 50 to 60% more than expenses. Let us look at the characteristics of people at this stage. Have less time. People at this stage have less time to spare since they are involved in many things. Have excellent skills, experience, and habits. Since they have been working for several years, they have excellent skills and habits that help them grow more. Naturally, they are bound to gain quite a considerable experience too. In the scale stage, you are not bringing anything new, be it a system or resource. You only improved on what you have. The resource you hired at the growth stage is now experienced and does the same task in 2 hours for which it used to take 8 hours before. You start utilizing resources and systems better than before. Instead of bringing new stuff, you focus on optimizing it so you juice the most of its goodness. You spend 25% of your time working at this stage. Most of it is spent on mergers and acquisitions. You need to work on skills of networking, building joint ventures, doing collaborations, and the likes to escalate your growth. If you scale well, you exit better. Jumping straight to exit from growth is a mistake. You need to work on tracking the SOPs for your systems, processes, etc. Your main goal is to create impact and make more money. You get more ROI on less investment. Also at this stage, demand for your service/product is supposedly high, so you focus on adding more products or expanding your services. 5. Exit stage. How to exit from the business. Core focus on negotiation. You mostly reach this stage after 5 to 7 years on average. You do things mainly because of your wants. Money is the driver at this stage, and your vehicle is the same as the scale stage. You spend 5 to 10% of your time at work in this stage because you are exiting out of the main execution work and have teams in place to manage it. Your focus should be on further improving your communication to do better negotiations and collaborations. You should also work on data analysis, so you analyze things well and make informed and profitable decisions. You should hire those people who already have worked on those processes and improved in another organization. Moreover, you also need to do top team research. Your accountability at this stage is your buyer, target audience, customers, or your CFO. At this stage too, you need coaches and mentors. 6. Owner stage. How to own and create wealth. Core focus on investment. You reach here after 7 to 10 years. However, sometimes it can take you more time too. Time varies depending on the business, industry, time invested, hard work of an individual, etc. In the online business, it takes around 7 to 10 years. Your time invested in this stage will be 1 to 2% only. You need to work on building the skill of asset and wealth management, so you are able to secure and grow it. The habits you need to work on are deal and business analysis. You also need to learn investing skills. You'll mostly be investing in other businesses. Tips: it is not necessary for you to go through all these stages. You can jump from the help to the owner stage. Also, the time taken varies. How is it possible? With the help of having a roadmap. Create a well-structured roadmap for yourself and exploit the speed boosters along the way, and you'll find yourself better at skipping the in-between stages. How to play in between different stages of the roadmap. There are different ways to play among the different stages of the roadmap. It isn't necessary that you need to start from the help stage or move to the next stage and then move to the owner stage. The beauty of this book is that you now are aware of the different stages and have the power to leverage them. You can move through all the stages in a step-by-step manner. However, there is another route too. You can plant the seeds of exponential growth at any stage and skyrocket your progress. For instance, if you have somehow made more money at the help stage, or have some extra funds, you can invest that money in some business, real estate, blogging venture, or anything and create a compound effect. Many times, it so happens that people are earning a lot, but still struggle at the help stage. This happens when you don't invest your money in something lucrative but keep on spending it. For instance, you may be earning in 5 figures, but keep spending that money and keep surviving, rather than saving some amount for investing. Summary of Section 4. Roadmap Framework Implementation has 6 stages one must go through to grow bigger and better and achieve complete financial independence. Help stage. Help is the very first stage of the process and one that all of us go through and must go through. This stage is usually spread over 1 to 2 years in terms of an online career. At this stage, people have low incomes and their expenses surpass their current income. The major chunk of people at this stage are those who have yet to get a job but have little or no family support. If you are at this stage, your income is less, and expenses are more than what you earn. You are likely to have some sort of experience, and probably a basic level skill. Your goal should be to increase your income so you can meet all your current expenses. The core focus should be on finding out how to generate more income and learning new and high income skills in the time you get after your job or whatever it is that you're doing to earn an income. You need a teacher and trainer at this stage. If you work well on this stage, you can move from the help stage and go to the build stage. Build stage. This is the second stage one advances on after he grows from the help stage. This stage is usually spread over 3 to 4 years. People at this stage have some skills, some stable income, some good habits, some accountability, and experience. Most of the people here are solopreneurs. Your focus should be on developing top-notch communication skills in soft skills, and the art of delegating work to others in terms of hard skills. Also, you should invest 70 to 80% of your time in your side hustle or even your main source of income, especially if you are self-employed and outsource people to do 30% work. To grow further, you need a consultant or coach at this point. Remember, you are at the build stage, so you need to build up something that gives you good ROI and helps compound your income in the future. Grow stage. This is the third stage of the process. People at this stage are able to manage their expenses quite well and have an income that's around 40% of their expenses. To reach this stage, you need about 3 to 5 years. People at this stage have at least one high-income skill, less time, a great set of habits, great experience and accountability, and want to scale their growth. At this stage, your goal is to climb further on the success ladder. Your driver is still money at this point, accompanied by fame and success. Your vehicle can be some sort of online business since this book is focused on that. Ideally, you should use 50% of your time working on your tasks and make your team work on 50% of the tasks. You need to work on your management and leadership and communication skills at this stage the most. Also focus on hiring A-level players. Scale stage. This is the fourth stage of the process, and it takes people around 4 to 6 years to reach it. People at this stage have an income that is around 50 to 60% more than expenses. People at this stage have less time, but great skills, experience, habits, and accountability systems. Your main goal is to create impact and make more money. You get more ROI on less investment. Also at this stage, demand for your service/product is supposedly high, so you focus on adding more products or expanding your services. Exit stage. This is the fifth stage. You mostly reach this stage after 5 to 7 years on average. You do things mainly because of your wants. Money is the driver at this stage, and your vehicle is the same as the scale stage. You should also work on data analysis, so you analyze things well and make informed and profitable decisions. You should hire those people who already have worked on those processes and improved in another organization. Moreover, you also need to do top team research. Your accountability at this stage is your buyer, target audience, customers, or your CFO. At this stage too, you need coaches and mentors. Owner stage. This is the 6th stage, and in the online business, it takes around 7 to 10 years to reach this point. Your time invested in this stage will be 1 to 2% only. You need to work on building the skill of asset and wealth management, so you are able to secure and grow it. The habits you need to work on are deal and business analysis. You also need to learn investing skills. You'll mostly be investing in other businesses. There are different ways to play among the different stages of the roadmap. It isn't necessary that you need to start from the help stage or move to the next stage and then move to the owner stage. Conclusion. First, congrats to you on reading this book. Now you have understood the importance of having a roadmap and how you can build your own roadmap to success. Let's recap what we have covered. In Section 1, we have worked on the foundation of building a successful online business. In Section 2, we have worked on creating a roadmap by following a 12-steps framework to achieve your goals. In Section 3, we have worked on finding the speed boosters that can help you reach to your goals fast. In Section 4, we have created a minimum viable roadmap, MVR, for 6 stages of online business, i.e. help, build, grow, scale, exit, and owner. Start building your roadmap. Remember, you are just one roadmap away from your success. Acknowledgements. First, I want to thank Almighty Allah for making it possible. Without His guidance and support, I won't be able to write a single word. I also want to acknowledge you for reading this book, as you were the purpose for which I wrote this book. I hope that all these efforts were worthwhile and that now you will be able to build your roadmap to success. Thank you. I want to thank my parents and family. Their prayers and support are there with me always. It helps me when I am down and out and not getting a drive to write, but their prayers help soften the burden and lighten the path. Thank you. A person who become a victim of this book more than anyone else, who has to listen to me 24/7, read the book after getting many threats, and need to give me feedback was no other than my wife. She stood by my side when I need the most. Along with my princesses, daughter, Fatima, and Hafsa. They were the energy source all the way. Thank you. A person whom I called my guru and big brother, Hisham Sarwar. His support and guidance have helped me see things differently. He planted the seed for this book in my head. Thank you. In the end, special thanks to all those from whom I have learned, those who supported me directly and indirectly, my well-wishers. Thank you. Stay blessed you. About the author. Mohammed Yousaf Saeed has been associated with the online business world for the last 15 years. In this span of time, he has worked on many endeavors, accomplished many goals, and struggled with certain setbacks. He is a serial entrepreneur, renowned Flippa super seller, business roadmap expert, business consultant, investor, speaker, event organizer, trainer, mentor, and coach. With his work and coaching, he has helped and empowered thousands of people. His vision is to help build and grow entrepreneurs, as he believes entrepreneurs are the real changemakers. He wants to help educate and guide youth and inculcate in them love and respect for everyone. He thinks failure is nothing. Everything happens due to certain reasons. It is totally up to us how we take them, either to learn and grow or become disappointed and frustrated in life. However, many people don't accept this fact, which is why it takes them quite some time to achieve their goals, and most people fall short of doing so their entire life. Moreover, people also lack a clear sense of direction and clarity in their lives to pursue their genuine wants and goals. This is precisely why he entered the coaching business and started providing people with in-depth career and business coaching to empower them with the knowledge, tools, and strategies to materialize their dreams and goals. This book, Roadmapper, is one of his ways to help people and provide them with the right understanding to become the roadmapper of their life, who can structure the right roadmap that helps them succeed in life. He lives in Islamabad, Pakistan with his family, and you can visit him online at yousafsaeed.com. For now, enjoy this book and allow it to unlock your true potential. Authors Muhammad Yousaf Saeed. Contact information. Social media. Facebook, at Muhammad.Yousaf.7731. Instagram, at Muhammad Yousaf Saeed. Twitter, at Yousaf Saeed _. Websites. https://www.yousafsaeed.com. https://www.roadmapper.com. Email: info@roadmapper.com. ibtassistant@gmail.com. What's next? As my commitment to helping you succeed, I have designed 2 roadmaps for you. 1. Free help and guidance. 2. Paid help and guidance. 1. Free help and guidance. If you are looking for free help and guidance from me, this is how I can help and guide you for free. Roadmap Challenge. Join free Roadmap Challenge, where you will build your roadmap with me live. www.roadmapper.com/challenge. Roadmapper Video Series. A video series on the Roadmapper book, where I will share detailed insight about each topic of the book. This will help you understand the book better and implement it. www.roadmapper.com/videos. Roadmapper Podcast. A podcast where different experts will be sharing their roadmap to success along with my own flavor to spice it up. www.roadmapper.com/podcast. Roadmapper YouTube channel. I will be sharing regular content to help you more. You can subscribe to the channel here for all the updates. www.roadmapper.com/YouTube. Download resources. You can download roadmap resources at www.roadmapper.com/resources. 2. Paid help and guidance. Let's make some money together. Business coaching. If you are looking for a coach who can bring out the best in you and help you achieve your goals, this is what I do best. www.roadmapper.com/coaching. Consultation. If you are looking for consultation, this is where you can find more details about it. www.roadmapper.com/consultation. Remember, you are just one roadmap away.